Good afternoon, or yes, afternoon hump day, should say.
That
Happy
it
hump
is.
day.
We're on the downhill slide.
Yeah, I know, right? So, it's one of them days for me. So I told breaking before the broadcast, I have a few things to share, but it's like, I mean, it's like, what do you want me to tell you? The border's still a disaster, and we have people making excuses right now for it that were like lambasting Trump for it for 4 years. I mean, we got GoFundMe stripping down GoFundMe pages because parents are getting together trying to stamp out critical race theory. I mean, it's just ludicrous. So I'll sling some of that joyous shit in there for you. But if I put out the email the other day, I'll put out the gilded thing, the find a friend thing. If y'all have any positive stories, like any warm-hearted stories, I've spent the last 2 days like just absorbing like the faith-based stuff, like because I feel like I need it. You know what I mean?
Let's see,
So
I've got a
anyway,
couple in store for today.
well, I keep reminding myself, like, if you just look at the news, like, it seems so dark. It makes you feel like there's no hope. But then, like, I'll go somewhere that's not political or whatever, and it's encouraging. That's all I'll say, because we still have free will, and I think there's a lot of people that are waking up, as long as the same amount of people that are still asleep. So. I don't know. It is what it is. But anyway, hello everybody. YouTube, D Live, Twitch, Foxhole, Periscope today's the last day, isn't it? I don't even know if we're up on Periscope anymore because today's supposed to be. I think it's the last day.
Yeah, it's showing that it's online, but not seeing anybody over there. So I don't know. I don't know what happens after this. I don't know. We may need to broaden the horizons and get over to a couple other platforms. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, But anyway, like it is what it is, folks. I think a lot of this stuff too. I'm going to say I think is a distraction from some a lot bigger stuff that's happening. But I'll let you take over and do some of your stuff. And what's up, caffeine addict?
All right. Well, let's start off with some financial news that has come out here today. Start off with the ADP unemployment data disappoints in March. Service sector jobs soar. And of course, if you're paying attention to all this stuff behind the scenes, and of course, what has played out over the course of the last year, it hasn't been good. And so it'd be nice to have some good news in that regard. But I think the ADP print is what comes out today. And then I believe here at the end of the week is when you actually get the government report, and that from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, BLS. And so we'll see what comes out of that. It says, with some economists forecasting a stunning 1.8 million jobs for Friday's payroll print, all eyes are on ADP's employment data for all its noise, which is estimated to come in at 550,000 after last month's disappointing 117,000. However, ADP disappointed with the addition of just 517,000 jobs. This is the third straight month of gain since the drop in December. And here we see the uptick in that per their little bar chart there. Says we saw market improvement in March's labor market data, reporting the strongest gain since September of 2020, said Neela Richardson, chief economist, ADP. All segments, size-wise, saw employment gains, with small and medium-sized businesses seeing the biggest pickups. And so the graphic here kind of lays this out. Small, medium, large corporations, businesses, and the like. You see that small picked up 174,000, 188, the 50 to 499 group, and then of course the large corporations about 155,000. By far and large, we see goods producing sector had about 80,000. A little bit of a drop in natural resources and mining, a little bit of a pickup in manufacturing and construction both. As far as the rest of the pickup, obviously that has been on the service providing sector. We see trade, transportation, utilities picked up, education, healthcare, leisure, and hospitality. Information side was down. Financial activities, other services, and professional and business all also saw pickups as well. Says job gains at service providing firms dominated goods producing firms, 437 versus the 80,000 that we see there. So job growth in the service sector significantly outpaced its recent month average, led with notable increase by the leisure and hospitality industry. So leisure and hospitality, that would seem to include your restaurants, your hotels and things of that like, and perhaps any sort of other banquets and I suppose probably civic centers, things of that nature. So chances are you may be seeing some of that open up, I suppose, unless of course you're in a blue state. Well, that is yet to transpire. But nonetheless, will we see the 1.8 million jobs added on Friday? That is going to be what they're looking for toward the back end of the week. That being said, let's flash over to the Fed. Inflation. Hey, hello, Fed. Inflation is rampant and obvious. Why can't you see it? And I think last week on the broadcast, and I've probably talked about this a little bit over subsequent weeks, that we're obviously seeing inflation, whether the Fed chooses to put it out there or not, or they're just flat out trying to gaslight the populace at large and investors and the like. But it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that if you bought a board, a 2x4 last year about this time, you probably spent only a couple bucks versus probably spending close to $5 or $6 now. Same is also true of buying any copper or steel or any sort of commodities and things of that like. Heck, even gas prices net since the election has gone up. And of course, everything has to be transported, so everything else has to go up along with it. Says year over year, home prices are up 11.2%, some cities even more. The Fed does not see this or count it if they do. Let's discuss why. It says home prices are running rampant. The national level average year over year increase is 11.2%. Prices have accelerated in the past few months. I discussed the year over year acceleration in home price rises at the fastest pace in 15 years. National and 10-city averages do not tell the full story, as the lead chart shows. And here's the acceleration, of course, that has picked up since, I think on the chart there it says 1/1 of 2021. So probably just before that. Happens to coincide right around the election time there. But it says owner's equivalent rent. It talks about that. That's what OER stands for. Prior to 2000, home prices, owner equivalent rent, and the Case-Shiller National Home Price Index all moved in sync. Just kind of goes down through here, lays out the case here where this actually resides. Year over year percent changes. National home prices up 11.2, 10-city average up just about 11, OER 2.2. But yet the CPI, and I think I talked about this a couple weeks ago, how it was kind of a bogus number, is running 1.4, which is absolutely ridiculous. Chances are you can probably see that on your store shelves as prices of most everything is going to go up, but the box sizes will likely shrink. Says if we substitute home prices for OER as it used to be, and as far more accurate as well, inflation is up 3.8% from a year ago, not the 1.4 with the bogus calculations net that they're currently using. Real interest rate as touted is negative 1.31, CS CPI 10 city down 3.59, down 3.67, CPI national, et cetera, et cetera. Says with real interest rates close to negative 4%, is it any wonder asset prices and speculations are booming? No. Why can't the Fed see this? Well, possibly the Fed can see this, and if so, it's on purpose. So that's where I'll leave that and say at the end of the day, I think we're being snowed over by the Fed. I have no faith whatsoever in the Federal Reserve. And last but not least, on the financial realm here today, red states leading U.S. economic growth, Commerce Department report finds this out of the Gateway Pundit. And of course, it shouldn't be all that well, what's the word I want to use? I guess it shouldn't be that ridiculous of an assertion to assume that any of the red states that remained open and have more relaxed rules, I suppose, in regards to all this COVID business are probably going to be thriving more so than the blue states. And of course, South Dakota, Texas, and Utah were the country's economic engines in the fourth quarter of last year, according to a report from the U.S. Department of Commerce. 3 states were all tagged as red states led by Republicans from governors, state senators, and Republican state assemblies. The Commerce Department report is based on the 2020 fourth quarter gross domestic product data and February 2021 unemployment rates, the Center Square reported. It says with real GDP, which measures the inflation-adjusted value of goods and services produced in a particular area, rose in all 50 states and the District of Columbia. The percent change in the last quarter of 2020 ranged from 9.9% recorded in South Dakota to 1.2% in the District of Columbia. It says real GDP for the U.S. as a whole increased at an annual rate of 4.3%. So bottom line, South Dakota, Utah, for example, registered their lowest unemployment rates in the country at 2.9 and 3% respectively. Meanwhile, Democrat-led states Hawaii and California, on the other hand, saw the highest unemployment rates at 9.2 and 9% during the period. And of course, this I'll go on to talk a little bit more about the various red states. But bottom line, if you have relaxed rules by way of mask mandates, any of the COVID ridiculousness, chances are you're probably going to be doing better than said blue states, and that where you're either under some sort of lockdown, whether it be New York, whether it be California, Hawaii, what have you. And of course, you're seeing that. You're seeing mass migrations of folks out of the cities and a lot of those blue states to red states. The key is, I think, is that the folks in the red states are going to have to keep a close eye on these migrants coming in, trying to put the very same policies in place that got them in trouble in the blue states to begin with. And Austin should be well aware of that down in Texas, I'm sure.
What's crazy is that, honestly, typically after immigrants come in this country and stay for a little while, they're the first ones that oppose illegal immigration. I mean,
Yeah, shocker.
they know how many they're like, hey, I don't want to take in my jobs, but in saying that, because you brought up I'll just as I had this pulled. It's been nearly a month since Texas governor lifted the mask mandate and COVID cases continue to fall because that we told everybody since the beginning they're full of shit. People are full of shit. I mean, I don't they're telling you now oh my God. See, this is the mood I'm in. If you get the vaccine, you still have to mask. You still have to social distance. By the way, you still could get it. We don't really know. It's experimental vaccine, but we want to force all of you to take it. We don't know the long-term effects of it. We don't even know if it could give you short-term effects. We don't know a whole lot, but because Big Pharma wants to make a shit ton of money and politicians are always funded and lobbied by Big Pharma, why not use the American people and the rest of the people across the world for that matter? It's just a big batch of guinea pigs. But anyway, so this has continued to fall. And even though he's lifted the mask, so since he's lifted the mask mandates, I've told y'all for a long time, I'm fortunate enough to live in a small town in Tennessee where I've never seen the majority of people wearing masks. I've never seen a business close. I know of 2 restaurants that did like drive-through pickup kind of deal that were sit-down restaurants, but you had to call and pick it up for, I think, about 3 weeks. And then they was like, F it, and started letting people come and eat inside. I'm talking everywhere from print shops to like, every gas station to flower shops. I ain't seen a damn thing shut down where I live. Nothing. Life just continued on as usual. And I think that people need to hear that. Because I watched a video earlier of somebody going to, I think it was McAllen, Texas, and it was people that have a ministry in Florida, and they went to Texas to minister because they'd been called there, and they went to McAllen, and he was like, whoa, they're serious about their mask here. He was like, we got yelled at, stuff like that. And see, in Florida, it's like it is here in Tennessee, where we just leave each other alone. If someone has a mask on, we're not yelling at them that they're stupid. If we don't have a mask on, somebody's not yelling at me to stick one on. We just leave each other alone. But like there's so many people I think have locked in their house and they've gotten angry. They've got a house full of angry kids because I think even kids that couldn't stand school can't wait to get back to school to have a social life. People need each other. We're not creatures of like that. You're not supposed to have some kind of intimate relationships. Even people that have followed and been in this movement, I think still came here because they felt like-minded people and needed the encouragement and need to hear from somebody else. And now do that to a kid. They don't care about the depression rates, anxiety rates, the suicide rates, shooting through the roof. They want teachers unions want to yell at you and tell you they don't want to go to work. So now they're forcing kids to stay home. Shut up, grow a pair, and go back to work for the benefit of these kids. And then you want to complain about the military? Well, guess what? The military's over there not even knowing what they're going to go into, but they're doing it to fight for your freedoms, or so we thought. Most of the time, it's just some kind of war that the freaking, I don't know, the people pulling the strings want to fight with each other to play some weird game, and we're just all included. But when it comes to these kids, man, get off your ass, take it back to work, and let these kids have some kind of a life. I mean, for real. See, I'm like telling you, I'm one of those moods. I'll skip to this quickly because I only have a couple just to let you know. This little Nos dude is being a little ass dude. And so he's been tweeting out shit like this. I don't know, man, this dude. So just because the video, he got a lot of backlash for the video. And then, of course, the shoes. So he's continued to go on Twitter and just bash people. Like if somebody asked him, like if he talked to his dad, he said, yeah, I do. And I'm going to F yours. I mean, so my comment to it, and then he did something about Justin Bieber. He was like, "Oh, I love Justin Bieber. I'm just doing it, I'm just doing it for sales, man. Doing it for promo." That's what he said. I'm doing it for promo. So I responded to him and I said, "Use people to promote your shit. You can't do it on your own merit. Use Christians and as a scapegoat to putting that video out. None of them asked you for it. Keep laughing and joking. Keep mocking and using people. It shows more about your character than the video ever could because of how he's behaving." So I'll spin into this. CNN was finally forced to cover this stuff. Look, this says Wednesday, March 31st, where they're covering about him. That Nike is now going after that MSCHF company that helped Lil Nas design the shoe. And so I think it's interesting because they even CNN reached out to the company. They haven't responded for repeated requests for comment. I wonder why. So in complaint, the Nike, I'm not sure most of you know this. So hopefully I'm going to tell you something a little different in the bottom. To permanently stop fulfilling the orders for unauthorized Little Nas Satan shoes. The lawsuit notes that the social media users have threatened to boycott Nike over the controversial shoes. So down here, it kind of gets the opinions of some lawyers, so some trademark attorneys, and it says that yes, Nike has a colorable case for trademark infringement and dilution by tarnishment, said Alexandria Roberts, who teaches trademark and entertainment law at the University of New Hampshire Franklin Pierce School of Law. Consumers may be misled to believe that the Satan shoes are authorized and endorsed by Nike. Nike also argued that the use harms its reputation by associating its brand with satanic, I can't even say the word, satanic symbols. So this other one said, where's it at? It says, that people are, then there was another one that says that they do have some freedoms. Like if you've got all kinds of artists that go out there and they take a shoe and they do a whole bunch of custom art on the shoe and maybe resell it for $1,000 to $3,000. This is something Nike is well aware of and has done absolutely nothing to mess with because there's a sneaker culture here. Here's the difference though. Yes, people do buy shoes and then they custom that shoe and then they sell that custom shoe. This is where they run into the problem. The problem for Lil Nas and MSCHF is, in this case, according to Gerben, is the hundreds of shoes that were sold, since individual works of art are easier to defend in court than items that have been mass produced. People are thinking Nike's behind something because there's so many of these shoes. He said it's not just a single piece of art that some artist took a shoe and made. It's that someone took a whole bunch of Nikes, customized them the exact same way, and is selling them to a point in such sophisticated fashion that people think Nike's involved. I have no idea why they would want to think Nike's involved. It's not like there's a big white swoosh on the side of it. I mean, I don't know. Just call me crazy. So anyway, there's your Satan shoe update for the day and that all that crap. I mean, they need to sue them. It's freaking disgusting.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Real quick, back on the financials, I was watching some stuff kind of float through chat here. There's a couple things in that I'm watching behind the scenes is what I see are potential sparks to kind of blow the whole thing apart. And Bill Blaine on his blog here this morning, his morningporridge.com, had a couple interesting clips I'll just read quick. Off to the side here, says, as Greensville and Archegos royal markets and cause losses, they beg the question, who is next? Why is 2021 turning into the year the scams are unraveling? Will leverage on leverage trigger wider implosion, or will it be something else like liquidity? Back in the day, Archegos was a Our chaos was a terrifying alternative French circus. They were brilliant and shocking. Anarchy on steroids as they juggled chainsaws, played with fire on motorbikes, and ignored the conventions of gravity on the high wire. In contrast, the collapse of Archegos Capital is anything but brilliant. It seems to be a developing theme for 2021, the year the shysters of finance are being revealed as their get-rich-quick schemes unravel. Bill Huang of Archegos and Lex Greensill share a common trait, being able to insert themselves seamlessly into the game. They have both been exposed, begging the question, who hasn't? What other shocks are still embedded in the system? And the key to those things is that both of those have managed to ensnare the mega banksters. They are severely undercapitalized and over leveraged. And if you think of what we just witnessed here within the last month or so with the whole GameStop deal and the whole Redditors and all that, excuse me, all that jazz, this has a potential to make that look like child's play. So that's kind of what I'm watching behind the scenes. That being said, switching gears over to Dr. Fauci. Interesting article out of American Thinker says, but Dr. Fauci says, as if we should put this little shyster on a pedestal, says, I was surprised to receive his text message because I had not heard from him in over a year. He had not responded to 2 of my texts, sent 11 and 9 months ago, and we used to see each other about every 6 to 8 weeks for coffee or drinks to talk politics, and apparently dealt with an urgent matter. I need to talk to you ASAP, it read. I was concerned he was in trouble, so I responded, and we spoke yesterday. The person I spoke with, whom I will call Jim to protect his privacy, although he doesn't really deserve it, started off the conversation by stating, something is wrong with you. When I asked him to elaborate, he said, people like you are the reason things are not back to normal. And on his rant went. The upshot is that Jim, a man of the left in his late 40s, has been following me on social media and was highly agitated about the fact that, since travel opened back up, I've spent a significant amount of time roaming around our beautiful country, mostly out west, enjoying the great outdoors, hiking, biking, rafting, skiing, etc., with various family members as I work remotely. My explanations, not that he deserved any, that we observe all local, state, and federal mandates and reasonable precautions fell on deaf ears. Jim signaled his virtue throughout this unpleasant conversation by stating that, unlike me, he and his family have largely stayed indoors, in our house, over the past year. He said the only exception to this is occasional early morning walks when no one else is around, essential doctor visits, and weekly excursions to the grocery store. He and his wife alternate, where they wear double masks and equipment to protect their eyes. The person doing the shopping then quarantines in a separate room inside his house for a few days. When I asked Jim why he didn't have his groceries delivered, he had no good answer. When I asked him whether he or any family members had any medical issues that warranted such extreme precautions, he said he was highly offended by my use of the word extreme, but that no one had any pre-existing medical conditions. He added, you know, some of us just want to do our part. When I explained that the very outdoor activities that we have been engaging in are healthy, well within guidelines, and even encouraged by public health officials, and that I was, contrary to his statement, doing my part, in that I was helping small businesses in the travel and hospitality industries who have been ravaged by the lockdowns, he kept saying I was wrong, frequently by invoking some variation of the phrase, but Dr. Fauci says. My take is that Jim has a serious crush on Dr. Fauci and desires to receive a Good Citizen Award in a nationally televised event from him when this is over. For Jim and those who think like him, it never will be. Our conversation ended when I asked Jim whether he would jump off a bridge if Dr. Fauci says. Jim shouted an expletive at me and hung up the phone. As I was not given the opportunity, let me use these pages to wish Jim and the virtue signaling intolerant people who think like him goodbye and good riddance. For it is they, not people like us, who are doing their level best to stop things from returning to normal. How many of you have experienced a conversation like that with a family member or neighbor or something to that degree?
And I'm going to say this one more time for the people in the back. Dr. Fauci hid research that could have saved thousands of lives in the late 80s when the HIV epidemic first started. It's on record, it's documented. This is not conspiracy, this isn't fake. This is what the man did. He hid the research to medication that could have saved lives. Go ask the AIDS community what they think of Dr. Fauci from the late 80s. That man should not be trusted to babysit a goldfish, much less come out and tell everybody across the world whether or not they can go outside and breathe fresh air.
Yeah,
I am utterly confused as to why people still think Dr. Fauci is someone that people should freaking even pay attention to. You shouldn't trust the man to check the air pressure in your tires.
Yeah, I would probably use a few more choice words than what you chose to use, but I'll just clean it up for the audience today and say he's a flat out fraud. That's it. At the end of the day, he's a huckster. He's in it for himself. He knows he's got money buried in a lot of these Modernas and things of that nature behind the scenes, and he stands to gain financially. And he'll flip flop and do whatever the dancing bulls and string pullers behind the scenes allow him to dance to. That's it. He's a fraud. Shouldn't be believed.
Well, most
him
of
or
them
birds.
are, though. If you do enough digging into anybody again, I hate brushing with a broad brushstroke because I'm not going to say everybody, but a lot of the people that they're lobbied by these big pharma companies are everybody from the NIH to the CDC to look where the coronavirus first started being tested and studied was in America, in Virginia. And it got too controversial because of the tests they were doing, so they shipped it over to Wuhan. Who was all behind all that shit? Fauci.
Fauci
And now
Obama.
he's going to be the one that we listen to about how to protect ourselves. I'm going to say this again. I'm going to say it real loud and I'm going to say it real clear. Every single one of us, when this crap started, told everybody the facts about it, talked about the microbial units, told you about what masks are, told you people aren't wearing N95s, told you about sunlight's the best disinfectant, told you about boosting your immune system. And for a year, YouTube channels have been shut down, silenced. People on Twitter have been kicked off. And now all of a sudden, a year later, they're like, you know what? Your immune system, it might be fucking important to you. No shit, Sherlock. Thank you for coming back in a year later. But it just goes to prove it's not about the facts. It's not about saving your life. It's about some kind of indoctrination to all of you. So you just go along like little sheeple and follow left and right and don't ask any questions from the people that launched Pearl Harbor, from the same people that were sending Vietnam veterans back with drugs stuffed in their bodies. Are you kidding me? The same people that said there was weapons of mass destruction. They lied to us for how many years? 40, 50 years at the very least that we know of, that they were straight up starting wars and lying to us about what happened. But now all of a sudden we believe them when did you see what they're doing in Wuhan? They had some kind of concert with thousands of people. Ain't nobody got a mask on, jumping around, hooping and hollering, having a good old time. And they're laughing at us because our government has gone nuts with this power trip.
I think the fun part is going to be literally when the people decide they've had enough and the lawsuits begin to fly against the social media companies and that who think that they can arbitrate what is healthy and try and play doctor on what can and cannot be shared. When that happens, it ought to bankrupt them and put them completely out of business.
Twitter is a shithole. Twitter is a shithole. And YouTube had better wake up. But I'm telling you right now, what I'm seeing is they know what they have done is backfiring on them. They know it. Like even the dumbest person with a pacifier stuck in their butt understands what happened at the border with Trump and AOC down there crying her eyeballs out. Oh, it's an atrocity. These poor children are being locked in cages that Trump built. And then we have what happening right now. And the last thing that she's come out and said was it's misogyny. It's racist. What did she say? Hey, it's white supremacy. Now what's happening at the border is white supremacy, and Biden's in office, by the way.
Oh,
Terroristic white supremacy. There's a good part down here. What about the surge? There was a good part that, of all people, I don't like Lindsey Graham either, by the way. Sorry, that's just my opinion. I think the dude's all about damn meetings and nothing about holding somebody accountable.
Say, if you don't have the tweet, I do.
Well, it says last week, Senator Lindsey Graham slammed Occasional Cortex for her muted response to Biden's border crisis after being an outspoken critic of Trump's immigration policies, referring to migrant detainment facilities as concentration camps. Whereas AOC, Graham asked, why aren't you at the border looking at the things being reported? If you were worried about children under Trump being in bad conditions, this is worse. If you're worried about people having COVID outbreaks, this is the biggest COVID spreader in the entire country. So where are you? In June of 2019, Occasional Cortex accused the Trump administration of running concentration camps on the U.S. border. The United States is running concentration camps on our southern border, and that's exactly what they are, Occasional Cortex said on Instagram. Bullshit. See, this is just lies. They don't believe a damn thing they're saying to you. We all know this. I feel like I'm preaching to the choir. My only hope is that one day somebody will straggle up in this room that's like, oh, this is kind of cool, a blue 5x5. What is this? And listen to us, and it'd be like, oh my God. Like, I don't know. Enlightenment. Have some enlightenment in your life.
So speaking of enlightenment, let's get enlightened by AOC.
They want to say, what about the surge? Well, first of all, just gut check, stop. Anyone who's using the term surge around you consciously is trying to invoke a militaristic frame. And that's a problem because this is not a surge. These are children, and they are not insurgents, and we are not being invaded, which, by the way, is a white supremacist idea, philosophy. The idea
she's
that
making this shit up as she's going.
An other is coming in the population, that this is like an invasion of who we are. They want to say, what about the surge?
I like the cinematography she does there for her little selfie stick as she's speaking there. Try and emphasize as if, that should make us believe her all the more.
This is a bartender that can't mix a drink and a chick that couldn't put an IKEA table together. Okay, spare me her. I can't even. This is what I mean by people needing to run. I don't give a shit if you run a nursery. I don't care if you flip burgers at McDonald's right now. You are going to do 10 times of a better job and on Capitol Hill or running for your local and state government than that. At least you'll be open to like hearing facts and hopefully not be hypocritical and believe one thing on a Tuesday and completely change everything you're saying on a Wednesday. I mean, that's 10 times better than what we got. So if you don't think you can do it, you just watched why I think you can. Oh my Lord.
Well,
it's mint that goes in a mojito. AOC mint.
Yeah, and along those lines, same vein here. We're starting to witness here in this country similar antics that took place over in Europe as migrants invaded through Greece, through Turkey, through Italy, and the like, where people were uprooted out of their homes to make way for migrants. And apparently it's starting to trend here a little bit. We saw this out of Western Journal the other day. Foster family kicked out of their home to make room for migrant children. President Joe Biden has exacerbated a situation at the United States-Mexico border that can only be described as a crisis, but of course AOC says, don't call it a crisis. Instead of addressing the problem sensibly, leftists are now booting American citizens from their homes in favor of migrant children. Edmundo Serena Sanchez and his wife, Paul, have lived in a Renton, Washington state home where they have fostered children for about 7 years, KING TV reported. They have fostered around 20 children during that time, and they were fostering 4 in February. Despite this important work, the nonprofit organization Friends of Youth, who owns the house and surrounding campus, has decided to kick them out. Friends of Youth has reviewed our organizational goals this past year, and we have chosen to pursue a different strategic vision, they said in January 29th letter. They went on to explain that the Renton House was needed to provide a different scope of services in support of unaccompanied youth. Unaccompanied. Little verbal semantics here. Says the phrase unaccompanied youth is somewhat of a euphemism referring to the massive influx of children who have crossed the southern border without adult supervision since Biden took office. Friends of Youth apparently had no problem prioritizing these migrants over actual American families. Deanne Adams, Chief Program Officer for Friends of Youth, told KING5 the organization saw a new funding source with the federal government's Office of Refugee Settlement and decided to use the Howard's house where Serena Sanchez and his foster family now live as housing for undocumented immigrant children, KING reported. A new funding source from the Office of Refugee Resettlement. Who and where are these funds coming from to make that happen exactly?
No, what I want you to hear, though, and what he's about to probably continue to read, is that it's become more financially beneficial for them to take care of these unaccompanied minors than it is to take care of these American families. So when they all do this virtue signaling, oh my God, we just care. No, it's about the money. So spare me your feigned, outrage whenever it's a dollar sign is why you kicking out these people and why you doing this shit. It's about the money. They're going to get
Well,
more money if they support undocumented migrants because there's so many people that are shoveling money into these coffers or these grants, all this other stuff. It's disgusting. And I'm about to do something. Like I really am. Like I waited on somebody to start a GoFundMe or something. I'm going to get into that in a minute too, to start so we can start hiring lawyers to represent constitutional Americans. And I've waited. I've heard of one case where they pushed back on this experimental vaccine. I'm like, one. And guys, I don't know. I would wish somebody with a bigger reach would step forward. I would help support them. I would do whatever I can. But like we got to do something. And I'll get in that in a minute. I'm sorry, keep going. It's just pissing me off because if we don't start fighting back, it's just going to get worse and worse.
Says, while Serena Sanchez said he and his wife will be able to find somewhere to live, he doubts they'll be able to take the foster children with them. He said the children will most likely have to relocate to a new home. As one might imagine, this news has brought confusion and devastation to the foster children who are living in the home. Serena Sanchez and his wife focus on fostering teens with behavioral issues, and some of them have taken the news particularly hard. Serena Sanchez told KING that one of the children had panic attacks and was hospitalized, while another ran away and has not been found. I worry very much about him because he's 16, 17 years old, and he doesn't have a job, he said. Overall, Serena Sanchez rightfully took issue with Friends of Youth's decision, criticizing it as senseless and irresponsible. Serena Sanchez was not the only person to raise concerns about the news. Republican Rep. Michelle Caldeer of Washington State, who is a foster parent herself, vowed to look into the incident further. And of course, what else does that feed into that is a nice little government system? Oh, the whole CPS, Child Protective Services, the foster children system, the courts net that are all stacked against all that. And what is that a pipeline to? Oh, more child trafficking and shoving off to whatever sort of ritual abuse and garbage and crap behind the scenes as well.
I mean, I don't know. It's like it's in your face. It's there. I mean, the California don't even care. California to fund universal basic income program that restricts initial participants by race and sex. Wonder what can anybody take a stab at who they're restricting, who they're racially profiling, who they're saying everybody but you. Anybody got a stab? I bet you all can guess what it is. Anybody. According to the independent journal, the foundation will spend $3 million in order to provide 1,000 to 125 low-income women each month for the duration of 2 years. $1,000 for 125 low-income women each month for 2 years. The women must have children who are under 18 years old. Totally understand that. The program will also be restricted to non-white women per the outlet. Do you know what that says? That white women don't struggle, single mothers don't struggle. Do you know how insulting that is to think because they're white they don't struggle? Are you kidding me? The first cohort will focus on low-income mothers of color. We're starting out these moms with the greatest aggregate of challenges, low-income, young children. What does this have to do with race? What in the hell does that have to do with race? That low-income moms who are struggling to care for their families and better their educational and economic standings. Well, it's flipping disgusting to me. Disgusting to me that they think that white women, white mothers, single mothers are not out there having to do the exact same thing as any other mother of any other color to provide for their children. Is there some kind of white money tree I'm missing here? Please tell me where it is so I can go shake it. I'd love to find it. But after 45 years, I don't know where the damn thing is. Please tell me where it is, so I can send all these white single mothers that apparently have no even access to this kind of thing. Why is somebody not suing them for racially profiling? There's a lawsuit there for discrimination. We have laws against discrimination. This is a perfect one this is a perfect one to go sue people. I don't know. But it costs an arm and a leg to go sue people. I don't understand it. But this is what I mean by somebody needs to sue these people. People got to start pushing back. And the minute they sue somebody, they realize they can't get away with this stuff. People stop trying to get away with it.
Well, and I've talked a little bit about this. At the end of the day, we recognize that our court system is a system of just us, right? There are alternative mechanisms to use, and hopefully, well, maybe the route to go is to go through arbitration at the end of the day and start process serving the hell out of these folks and put it in front of a independent body rather than through the courts that are stacked against us. That may be the route we have to go. Arbitration has been around long before our court system has. It's been around since the days of biblical times. And perhaps now is a time to resurrect that and get that off and running. That being said, switching gears.
Hang on one second. But no, don't switch gears yet, because I want to say this. If you are trying to start to raise money to try and help somebody, to try and push back, make sure you're careful of who you go with. Make sure you reassess if you're going to think you're going to put one on GoFundMe. Because they did a GoFundMe for parents, a group fighting critical race theory, and GoFundMe pulled it down. That should tell you right there. But I'm going to tell you this. It says that Mino said the censoring was slowed things down a bit, but that he was able to create a new fundraiser on the Give, Send, Go platform. I've never heard of Give, Send, Go, but I'm just going to tell you right now, if we were to do anything, it would be Give, Send, Go. I'm sick of GoFundMe being able to sit there letting people start pages for the dumbest, for their transgender surgery, but they're going to take something down where people are trying to help fight against critical race theory that tells you to hate your country. There you go.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, to that end, PayPal, the one you just had up,
Give, Fund, Go.
Well, Give, Send, Go is one of the newer ones. I think that's actually to the good because of all the at the end of the day, we're going to have to recreate all of this stuff, folks. New social media, new platforms, new this, that, and the other, because of how infiltrated this thing is. All they have to do is get on social media and get a hold of whoever at their respective organizations, and they'll bend like jellyfish because they don't want any bad press. And so they'll quickly cower in fear, knock you offline, and go on their happy merry way thinking they're doing the right thing because they're woke, right? And so at the end of the day, you're going to have new platforms like Give, Send, Go, like maybe even Samaritan's Purse. I think that's one of Franklin Graham's groups. I don't know much about them. I can't say for certain how great they are, but I do know it's an alternative that people can actually use. But again, we're going to have to rebuild all of this stuff, every single one of these platforms.
Well, just to give you an insight of how ridiculous this all is that apparently Harry's was a sponsor of Michael Knowles. And one person tagged Harry's in a tweet and said they couldn't believe Harry's was sponsoring him. And that one tweet, they responded and said, "Thank you for your outreach. After learning of this, we won't sponsor him anymore." One tweet. So if you don't think there's people of friends that are like, "Hey, just send this tweet directed at them," this cancel culture, you're going to tell me a company will stop sponsoring somebody because one person complains? That happened.
They're spineless. They're jellyfish. At the end of the day, they'll bend whichever way the wind blows.
Well, I'm pissed. I think we need to get about 5,000 of us to tweet at to call the government and say we don't believe it's taxpayers' responsibility to fund transgender surgeries. No, thank you. No, are they paying for boob jobs or penis elongation surgeries? Did I miss something? Did I miss the memo? You don't want to start paying for boob jobs. What's that? I mean, excuse me. You can. Anyway, use your own damn money. Use your own damn insurance. Don't ask taxpayers to pay for that shit. Don't ask. It's the same thing. Don't ask taxpayers to pay for abortion. Stop it.
Well, along the same vein here of cancel culture, we're going to have to make sure we pay attention to the good guys on the media side as well. Many of us like to use Epoch Times and know that they have offices and so forth across the pond over in China. If you remember right, it's been about a year ago they had that fire over there where they actually caught the guys on video at one of their paper plants or whatever, where they actually run the newspapers. Yeah. So Natural News had this as Hong Kong Epoch Times host threatened by Chinese police after exposing organ harvesting. So apparently they don't like the bad press, much the same as they probably don't like the fact that this Wuhan latest report fingering them as the origin. It is what it is. So the current affairs host at the Hong Kong bureau of the Epoch Times was recently threatened by police in mainland China who sent her the message, stop broadcasting programs or face arrest under the new national security law. Rachel Wong, host of the Hong Kong bureau of the Chinese language Epoch Times, Cantonese language talk shows, Xishan's Outlook, and What's Wrong, said she believes she was targeted by the Chinese regime for exposing its crime of forced organ harvesting in a recent program. Wong, who hosts daily shows on YouTube covering topics related to the Chinese regime, reported evidence of forced organ harvesting from prisoners of conscience in China on a program on March 12th. 4 days later, a family friend based in mainland China was contacted by local authorities. In an exclusive interview with the Epoch Times from a relative on March 16th, telling her a family friend was called in for questioning by public security officers in her hometown in mainland China. The police threatened the friend to tell Wong not to do Epoch Times programs anymore under the current political climate. They also said if the national security law is used against them, media staff, and targets them in the future, if her parents don't have a daughter, it would be very sad, right? According to Wong, last year, the Chinese Communist Party imposed a draconian national security law on Hong Kong, which punishes what Beijing deems as secession, subversion, terrorism, and collusion with foreign forces with a maximum penalty of life imprisonment. Since taking effect last July, the CCP has used the law used to drastically curtail freedoms in the city, arresting and charging dozens of pro-democracy figures for alleged violations of the legislation. Many fear the national security law will further restrict press freedom in the city. With much of Hong Kong's media adopting pro-Beijing stances, the Epoch Times is one of the few local media outlets that covers the CCP's abuses in China, Hong Kong, and abroad. And I won't read through all this, but in talking about the organ harvesting, they actually did a transcript of the actual call or whatever the interview was, and they have that here. I'll go ahead and drop the link out there if you guys wish to take a look at that. But nonetheless, yes, this is the new world in which we live, where everything is now 1984 speak.
I got an idea. I got a crazy idea. Hold on. I know it's a little radical, but why don't you just stop harvesting organs from your citizens? I don't know. Why don't you just stop doing that? Why don't you stop being greedy? And Americans and people in the UK and other first world countries, stop being so damn greedy. When you want to go over to Asia and you get an organ because you need an organ transplant, you better damn recognize where that organ's coming from.
Well,
how about you start there?
Yeah, like I brought up the other day, there's actually states around the country here that are keenly aware of this stuff going on. And apparently, if let's say, for example, you're in a dire situation, you're on a list to get an organ of some sort and you have to wait, I don't know, maybe you're 30th in line and it's going to be a year and a half, 2 years before you finally get one, people become desperate. So what do? They look for alternative ways. And people started shopping around and finding out, hey, I can get an organ out of China faster than I can get it off the list here. And so people have actually started going outside of the country in order to try and speed up the process. You can't necessarily fault them for doing that. However, it's the ethical means in which they do that.
That's what I'm saying. They need to educate themselves on where that organ's coming from. It's not falling from the sky.
Yeah, and that's the point I'm trying to make is either Virginia or West Virginia just had their legislators pass a law restricting folks from going over and doing that, recognizing exactly what we just got done talking about here, that China is not exactly the most ethical on how they go about getting their organs. And people probably don't even know that.
Well, again, this is the part that pisses me off, and I mean, comment below if you want to do a singular show on some of this stuff that I research or find out or whatever. Listen, the bottom line is that's just one of their they're one of their issues. Okay, when we hear people preaching about climate change, look around America and probably UK until they let all these refugees in, and now you look at London, it looks like a trash hole. Okay, but if you look at who is the worst on the environment. Asia and India and countries over there have no regulations or dumping dyes into the river. They have rivers you can't even see the water because of all the garbage that is floating in them. So would you please stop preaching to us over here that actually try to do something about the environment, actually clean up our trash, actually have landfills that's not in our backyard, and stop thinking that if you penalize Americans and try to Americans and people over in the UK to shut their business down because they have to follow these weird, crazy regulations while you've got China still pumping toxic fumes out into the atmosphere, still throwing their garbage in their rivers, dumping dye into them. They got organ harvesting going on. They've got the slave trade is still active, and we're still talking about slavery in America, and we've ended this stuff. We fought a war to end it. By the way, that war was fought by a lot of white people. And so you're going to sit here and preach to us about how horrible we are. Yet you can go buy a Filipino woman for $700 and have her be your daggum house slave over in Afghanistan or a lot of other Middle Eastern countries. I think there are 12 that still has active slavery. Like, you can go buy a human being right now over in those countries. So stop talking about how bad America is when we've ended this stuff. And if Oprah Winfrey opens up her pie hole one more time to talk about oppression, then hand all your billions of dollars away to all those oppressed people and sit down and shut up. Because the country that made you a billionaire, you're going to talk about how horrible we are. Well, take your ass back to Africa to your schools where you had all that controversy. Go over and do some more interviews with John of God when he turned out to be a pedo. Please preach to us about how horrible we are when you got enough that Jordan Peterson make your own damn bed. Oprah Winfrey has a lot of beds she needs to make before she starts ridiculing anybody else. And that goes for any of these Hollywood actors that fly around on their jet planes and get launched around with their SUVs, which have armed guards surrounding them, and then they want to preach to you about gun control. They want to preach to you about emissions. They want to preach to you about the environment, and none of them follow it. None of them. You damn had Kerry on the plane the other day. Was he wearing a face mask? Hell no, he wasn't. But I guarantee you'll go stand on a podium talking about how horrible you are if you don't put one on your face. So I'm telling, oh, good Lord. See, I'm in one of them moods. I apologize, everybody. See, I'm just human like everybody else. Like, watching this stuff in the media day after day. Oh, the border's still shit. Okay, got it. Oh, they're still shoving vaccines down people's throats. Oh, yep, got it. They don't tell anybody experimental. Got it. They don't tell anybody it's not past you in there. It's not FDA approved. Therefore, you can't sue the government. And then in Warp Speed, it says has a clause in there you can't sue the pharmaceutical companies. Well, shocky shooty shoe. And 2 years down the road, when you figure out, oops, there was something in there that kind of messed you up. But, it's like Obama's healthcare plan. You won't know what's in it till you pass it. Whatever. Give me 40 acres of land, about 20 good families that just want to kind of hang out and live off the land and just leave us the hell alone. That's where I'm about to be going at here. We can have 400 families. I don't care, but we're going to need more land. But it's getting to that point. Let all the crazy people spin around in circles until they fall over dizzy and don't get back up. And we'll just sit up here and watch it all happen with our popcorn and our camcorders. And we'll put it in some kind of a what do you call them? A time capsule, so everybody in the future can see how damn ridiculous people are. I'll say one thing before you go on. Oh, you got that up. I would say one thing. Foxhole is fine, guys. I got DMs over the last couple of days from Great PSB to Daddy Dragon about not being on Foxhole. Foxhole is on servers. Sometimes it freezes up and whatever they're doing to reset it. But like, give it some time. It's kind of like what I see over in PSB when DLive goes down for 2 minutes. Everybody's panicking. Oh my God, we've been removed. I'm like, breathe, folks. Jesus.
We're on
Breaking has been in conversations with me and be like, people are saying DLive's down. Oh my God, we've been kicked off DLive. I'm like, give it 5 minutes. It could be a whole server-wide deal.
And
but hang on,
why...
I'm going to show y'all guys this. I'm going to take your thing just so everybody can see. This is Foxhole. This is us. This is what he just had that article up here. It says even Daddy Dragon's live. Here it says where they go. It was PSB wasn't make a liar out of me. Are they missing now?
They're live.
There they are. They're live. 412 live. People sometimes they get a little hiccup, just like DLive, just like YouTube does sometimes, and they whatever reason they might have a server issue. Just don't feel like everybody's been kicked off or the world's ended.
Yeah, and they've been
adding, that issue more than you think.
They've been adding contributors over there as well, so I'm sure they're scaling up accordingly as they add folks and whatnot, and that's precisely why you can go there and find that we're on multiple platforms. If one goes down, I'm sure the rest are still up and fine. With Periscope off, we'll probably have some discussions here as to whether or not we want to get over on Vaughn or Trovo or some of those other ones as well, or do we wait till Trump or Lindell or whatever spins theirs up? I don't know. We'll have to see, but we'll broaden our base nonetheless.
Since you just brought it up, I'm just going to say this too real quick. It'd be nice if old POTUS got on Gab, because Gab had his back. It's kind of like my issues with him. It's like if POTUS got on Gab back in the day when they were kicking all of his supporters off, the people that took the most amount of kicks to the teeth, and noticed that we all had to go to Gab because apparently he or nobody else was doing anything to defend us or all these people. It'd be nice if he actually went to the platforms that have done nothing but support him and be there for him and try to be a bastion of free speech, because they've been attacked, as everybody knows, as much as any other conservative platform or just free speech platform. I just wish that, just maybe he would start one there. Would be nice for the people at Gab that have been busting their butt.
Yeah. Well, I've been living it, breathing it since 2018 after they got deplatformed after the whole Pittsburgh deal. And obviously they've learned their lessons and continue to learn lessons as they get deplatformed off of many different services and had to build their own and everything else.
I'm going to do this to you again. You're going to hate me. Yes, you can chat. Yes, you can chat on Foxhole. This is your Foxhole house up here in this right corner where you see this little thing right here. See this little thing here? Hang on, just to make sure.
I see you guys.
I'm just see that. Hang on. See this little thing right here? If you
see Helios 1,
if you click on that, see it brings up the chat thing. Just go down here, and this is where you can comment.
You do have to log in and create an account, yes. And I don't know if you have to do that through Pilled first before you can get the Foxhole. I don't know. I can't remember.
Yeah. So, but there is that way. Y'all see yourself. You see yourself through yourself, through yourself. There you go.
Perfect.
That's how you chat on Foxhole. Well, listen, if you don't want to sign in, ain't nothing I could do. I promise you. You had to sign into YouTube to be chatting in YouTube, just so you know. Right. I'd trust Foxhole more than I'd trust freaking this platform. Just where you at? Just saying.
I sincerely doubt they're selling your data. All right. Now, on an uplifting note, I always like these stories in regards to conjoined twins. Epoch Times had this in the last couple days. Says twins conjoined at HID survived separation, are now 4, thriving, prepping for skull reconstruction. Twins Aaron and Abby Delaney, who were born joined at the HID, captured the world's attention when they first survived separation surgery in 2016. They went on to thrive as toddlers, and now the feisty twins are 4 and preparing for their next major milestone, having cranial reconstruction. Born to parents Riley and Heather Delaney of Statesville, North Carolina, the twins were joined at the top of the skull when they were born, making them rare craniopagus, conjoined twins. Initially surviving countless preliminary surgeries and a mammoth 11-hour procedure that involved 30 doctors, the twins still weren't out of the woods. Abby struggled post-surgery with numerous complications, including brain bleeds and sepsis. At one stage, doctors didn't expect her to survive. There's pictures there. It says, finally, after months of inpatient care, the twins made it home in time for Thanksgiving in 2017. Years passed. And a recent update on Christmas 2020, Heather told family and friends on Facebook that Erin had started walking, while Abby had learned to climb and pull herself up to stand. Both girls, now 4, are also working hard on their eating and social skills. We have been truly blessed with good health this year, the mom captioned. Now the healthy, happy girls receive weekly physical, speech, feeding, and aquatic intermittent therapies. They love to play and spend lots of time with their grandparents. It says Erin thinks that everything is hilarious. Mom Heather told the Epoch Times, while Abby loves anything musical. The twins, at a one-year-old developmentally, don't speak but communicate through expressions and sounds and are working on using an iPad. Next month, Erin and Abby will head back to the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, where their dedicated team will perform surgery to prep for cranial reconstruction in July. Right now, the girls each have a hole. Erin the size of a tennis ball, Abby the size of my hand, where there is no bone at the top of their heads from where they were connected. Heather shared on her family blog, Our Journey with Conjoined Twins. This surgery will correct that and give the brain a more normal environment to grow. It will keep the brain safer. There you see a family picture there. But think of that for a second. There is still good and humanity taking place out there. You don't read too much of it, especially in the Mockingbird media, because things are so negative. But that in and of itself is a miracle that can happen in this day and age. 11-hour surgery with 30 doctors to basically separate them where they were born together, and now they are thriving. Yes, there will have to be some reconstructive surgeries and probably some prolonged growth and things of that nature to get them up developmentally where they need to be. But in this day and age too, think of what this article just highlighted, the fact that they communicate via expressions. How would you do that if you threw a mask on a 3 or 4-year-old? You would rob them of being able to even communicate at that level. Wrong. It's ridiculous.
Well, I've only got a couple things. Oh, I was gonna let me say this.
I'll just highlight. I'll just hit the headline here. Breaking: President Trump announced he's thinking about holding a rally soon to let everybody know there's hope in the future. So Gateway Pundit had that article here today. We'll see.
Okay, I'm just going to say, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. The same way that Tom McDonald's song Cancer, if you've not heard that, go watch that, listen to that Tom McDonald song Cancer. It is moving and it is telling, and I think everybody should hear it, especially know anybody that suffered from or anybody been a victim of cancer. That being said, that's what I'm talking about. Like that Judy lady, I can never get her name right, started with the M, that they all attacked when that pandemic thing came out. She talked about Fauci, talking about how corrupt he was, etc. etc. I'm talking about like that, building a team of doctors like that have no agenda, that are not out here trying to become millionaires off sick people, and building a team of people like that to start a patriotic research lab, that there's no restrictions. If you find the cure for cancer, guess what? We're going to let it out. I don't care about big pharma. I don't care about these people trying to make all their money off chemotherapy and radiation so they can slowly watch people die. Yeah, I have no doubt that there's been breakthroughs in cancer research. We've spent $90 billion on it in the last 20 years in donations. That's what I mean by people taking back, by people fighting back. I guarantee you there's doctors that are smart out there that could probably find it in no time, get a cure for cancer, and then I guess they don't have that kind of control over our lives. I'm going to say this is it. Parents slam Arizona school board for proposing woke equity guide to elementary schoolers. Elementary schoolers. They are coming after your kids, people. They're coming after their minds. I'm going to have to get Michelle Litz back on here. But it says parents of the Litchfield. Remember that thing I showed you about GoFundMe shutting down that page where they were trying to raise money to push back on this? That should tell you something. Parents in Litchfield Elementary School in Arizona are infuriated over the district's proposal equity plan that infused with elements of critical race theory. So they're pushing back, basically. Yay! Let's hope that they actually win. And it says, here's a video in here. I don't know how long it is. I will put a link in there before I take it down. Last thing is, he put this out. Hollywood hates you. Just keep that in mind before giving them your money. Mangold reacted to the voting law get this, for the voting law by announcing, I will not direct any film in Georgia, later adding, Georgia has been using cash to steal movie jobs from other states that allow people to vote. The state will be irredeemably red with these new laws. Georgia didn't steal any cash. Georgia didn't put a gun to anybody's head, say, produce your movie here or film your series here. Georgia didn't ask any of them to do it. They did it on their own. So stop acting like they're horrible people because they chose to shoot their money in a state where they're not taxed to death like they do in California. Guess why people like the South? Because like here in Tennessee, we don't have a state tax. Guess how much that is in California? You don't want to know. So go for it. Stop threatening people by being like, I will no longer direct my film. Well, go the hell on. We don't need you anyway. Stop thinking that because you don't want to, if you're not going to produce your movie in Georgia, somehow we're all going to bend over and be like, oh no, Manigault, we can't lose you. Go the hell on. Don't let the door hit you or the good Lord split you. There you go. There you go. There it is. Daddy Dragon's in the house.
Fantastic.
Hello.
Did you see my big image I took for you that you're still on Foxhole? I don't know what's going on with y'all people thinking y'all removed off Foxhole.
I don't know what was going on with Foxhole. I was on there and then disappeared and then went back on there. I think they were having some sort of technical problems.
Yeah, like most platforms, they do. Like sometimes YouTube has a glitch. Sometimes DHab Live has a glitch. All I ask anybody out there that knows anybody that has D Live, if you see their just some chat room where they're on somewhere else, starts panicking their D Live's gone or starts panicking their Foxhole's gone, tell them to calm the hell down. Give it a little minute. They all are on servers that sometimes have issues. That does not mean they're no longer on it. So that's all I'm saying. Because I got a message from you, and then I got a message from Radix. Was like, PSB's on. I'm like, what are you talking about? It's right here. Oh, so I'm like, okay, stop letting your chat room panic you. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
they did just add a few extra contributors on there. So maybe while they were updating their servers or something, things got a little wonky there, or sideways or something for a little bit. But seems to be everything's back.
Got to say hello to Maria. Hello, Maria. Okay, sorry. Hello, Ray. I see Ray out there. Okay, he's he's always around helping. But yeah, that's it. So just please remember that if some of these platforms have a hiccup and they, I don't know, something happens, just think, give it time. That does not mean they've kicked you off. It does not mean they don't like you. It just means they might be having a technical issue. Give them a little time to figure it out. Give them a little time.
I agree.
Give them a little time. And well, everybody always knows we search for my dream, like piece of land or like a place to live. By the way, I found my last one sold, so I had to find a new one. So I'm always looking to like where you can hold like revivals and stuff. Listen, if God bless it, is if you dream hard enough, then your dreams can come true. So I'm going to put my dream out there for every one of you to see. And so hopefully the good vibes will be like, come on, win the lottery so I can build my oasis for the amount of people that I know that just want to live their life and eat healthy and, have their rights and be left the hell alone. So I'm going to try to find my overall picture. So I'm going to show y'all what I'm talking about. This is what's on the, let me hide I'm not going to show you my complete address because I don't need somebody out there posting where I live all the time. Thumper Rose. So cough. But here's my thing. This is the house. This is like a little guest house. Look at all these buildings. This right here. We're going to have the church. Right here, we're going to have the steeple. And this is where we're going to put all the people. So it's like 40 acres. Listen, I'm a dreamer. That's what I do. So they say we can swim laps from one house to the other.
So one of those has got to double as a mess hall, I believe.
Well, listen, when I look at properties, I love the barn doors that slide. When I look at properties like this, I really do look for like outbuildings that can have big gatherings and get-togethers and stuff like that. Like, what Skeeter did when he held that big get-together. So they do have a big building that you can do that in. I'll show you.
How much is that property?
Oh, it's like 1.5 million. It's nothing. 1.5 million. That's
with
all.
40 acres.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But this was only built like last year. Apparently, it said built in 2020. I'm trying to show you the barn I'm telling you, and I'm not kidding. I'll prove it to you. When I look at these properties, see, this is this one. This has this with all the garages in the back, but this little room right here could easily be turned into like another, like say somebody come to visit living quarter, because there's a full bathroom, and then the garages and there's the whole bathroom, and then there's where you put all your farm equipment and stuff. There's an overall overhead shop. There's a barn. There it is. I knew it was here, but this barn is what I'm talking about. See how easily that could be cleaned out and stuff, and you could like have your folks come together. And I don't know. I'm a dreamer. Listen, I've always been a big dreamer. I think one day it will happen, but you put that energy out there, you got a good chance. And I'm not even kidding. It'd be some kind of retreat. Yeah, everybody will come up, take a breather, and like, hey, I don't know, hang out for a while, do something with veterans. That's what my vision has always been, to have somewhere where people could come and feel like they have like, could fellowship and hang out and just get a break. And that's just what I mean by if I got rich, nobody be charged anything. It would just be a place for everybody to come hang out. And if that doesn't work, I'm going to live in Skeeter's freaking barn. I'm in Skeeter's little cabin. Hey, sometime leave it open for me. I'll be there at some point if this doesn't work out. Be living in Skeeter's little cabin. So there you go. There you go. Stop playing.
Alrighty, DD. Take care, my friend. We'll see you.
All right. Have a good one.
Thank
Have a
you.
good show.
Are you off then?
Yeah, I'm off.
Bye.
Bye. Bye, guys. Thanks for putting that with me today. It's been one of them days. Like, just tired of hearing all the kind of the crap. These stupid politicians that one day misogyny. Like now here in America, apparently the border crisis is some kind of white supremacist. It pisses me off because there's actually victims out there that actually have been victimized by certain people or certain things, and then it just diminishes all that to call everything misogyny or white supremacy or racist or homophobic or whatever. Just shut it up. I'm going to make a meme, guys. And if y'all want to help me make it, I would love to have a left side column of where, the left, where they complain about like climate change, and on the right, where they're carrying their smartphone. Guess what it took to build that smartphone? You have to, they have their minerals had to be mined for. Guess who mines for those minerals? Guess they don't care about that environment over in these third world country. No, but stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like I would love to have the hypocrisy. Oh, you bitch about this, but yet again, you're doing this. I don't know. All right, Daddy, I'm out of your way.
No worries.
Bye.
Bye. Well, people, I've got to try and sort out some of this, but I'm going to be bringing up on the screen for the American audience to understand what was going on at the weekend, and some of the English audience. I haven't got it all done yet, but I have sent Mick Stott the video and the audio of his speech, which I can show you in full, or I can show you the clips of it. And I'm not actually seeing at the moment anything else on there. So what I'm going to do is attempt to show you this. I'm not sure if it's going to go pear-shaped on me. I hope it doesn't go pear-shaped. I've shared the sound. You should be seeing this on your screen. Now, this is what was going on in Bradford in the north of England, and you'll see some of what we was doing there, and I'll skip through it and show you some elements. But you will be hearing the speech of the person, which I am going to put up on the channel a little bit later. But hopefully this isn't going to blast me.
That's what democracy looks like. That's what community looks like. So what I'd like everyone to do, if you brought a criminal complaint with you today...
Right, so what you're seeing now are the people of Bradford that come out. You'll see all colours and races. Let me tell you something. I ain't interested in what colour you are, right? I can tell you now, this is about English culture, and this is about us turning on the British, and the British are the people that are destroying us. What you're seeing in the background, literally, is one, the flag of England, but two, and I believe that is, let me get this right, otherwise I'm going to be annihilated by people. Lancashire. Hopefully I'm right. If I'm wrong, I'm going to get slaughtered, right? So the flag in the middle there, that represents the county. So that fella holding that, which by the way is one of the moderators on my channel and other channels, he is proudly holding that flag, and it's his county flag combined with the national flag of England, right? So I'm going to carry on running it. I've tried to get and to show people as much as possible the amount of people that is there. Now, it did turn nasty. We was there as pickets, and I was videoing as a picket and as a journalist, because as a union are being abused, especially by the Metropolitan Police, right? So I'm going to show you this. They are harassing us, but I will emphasise that the police in this area, in Bradford, left us alone as they should have done, right? As lawful union pickets, and myself as a picket, a supervisor at picket, supervising the pickets. Now, just look at the crowds. The mainstream media said there was just a couple of hundred people there.
I'm going to collect those in this bag that I've got here, and I'll be delivering them to Charing Cross Police Station next week. And I'll be finding out how far the PC has got with our complaint. Because sifting through 815 pages takes a little bit of time, right? But of course we're conspiracists, aren't we? And I can remember telling some of my police friends 9-10 months ago exactly what was going to happen, and my military friends as well, because I've got lots of friends in the military. The military is a family, remember that? Yes, sir. We are a family, and I can guarantee that every person in this crowd either knows someone who serves or has someone in their family who has served. Certainly from my own perspective, my brother served, my father served, and so it's the...
Well, let me see if I can get round to this other element.
I have no training deficiency. I have more than enough of a capability to look at study.
So we've got the full video there of that guy. Now I'm gonna, that's Mick Scott, by the way, Stott, sorry. And what you should be seeing, I'm just gonna get to the good bits, well, say the good bits. I need to show you some elements of this. So I'm gonna go through this. If I'm making you feel sick, I apologise. Because there's other elements to this. There is a particular troublemaker there, by the way.
And I was the only person without a mask. There was 5 people around me. By the end of that train journey...
That person there, the one on the left of this lady, this guy, I'm not going to say too much about him, but he is one of the people that supports and supported a particular person, a female, that tried to sue me. I'm not going to say any more at the moment, but this guy does cause problems. And later on, he actually did cause some problems, but I'm not going to go into detail with it at the moment. But what I will do is try and show you what eventually happened, and you will start to see the banners being unveiled. So there's the Coronation Oath Act. You've got Graham there. He's one of the guys that's helped us. He was one of the union pickets. You've got the police in the background. You've got the Coronation Oath Act 1688. And then it actually tells people what it is. Again, really great pickets that was holding that up and showing people, and it was quite windy. There you go. And you can see the lady on the right-hand side there with a nice bit of wind in her hair, which is what you're supposed to be getting. You've got the Bill of Rights that was there as well. So again, the union pickets are holding up these banners and showing people what our constitutional rights are. Now, it is the right of the pickets to tell people, and it is in the Act of Union that we're allowed to communicate these rights to people. It's a constitutional right. Yet, in Merseyside, both these two banners, and they've still got the stickers on the top there at the right-hand side. You see these stickers on the right-hand side of this one, the Bill of Rights, and there's a sticker, you can just about see it on the outline of it. They are what we would call our marks of, I don't know, there's a special word I'm looking for, and it's not coming to my head, pinging to my head, but those stickers are on there to say that they are seizure stickers by the Merseyside police, right? Now, I want everyone to be aware that they seized the Bill of Rights and they seized the Coronation Oath Act when the Acts of Union expressly state that these rights and our constitutional rights should be communicated to the people. Exactly what happens in America, where you're told in America what your constitutional rights are and what your constitution is. We have what's known as a common law constitution, and they say it isn't written. Well, in front of you, you're seeing two of the bills that are written, right? And there are many others, and I'm going to get to some more elements of that. So again, you've got Mark there, fantastic guy. He was one of the ones that the police seized the banner. He is there as one of our union reps, and you can see his badge. He is also one of the technicians that we use, and this is Mick Stott, by the way. He's the one who just gave that speech, and the speech I will be uploading. I've sent it over to Mick, and hopefully he received it. And there's a lot more information on there as we speak. So you'll also see the background Act of Settlement, 1700. That is a really important constitutional statute. You've got the Magna Carta there, which is 1297. You're seeing that one being held. And you're seeing a Crown and Parliament Act, Recognition Act of 1689 there as well. So what I'm saying to you people is we're doing exactly what the Act of Union with England expressly says that we're entitled to do. Now, there is separate legislation that tells us that we can do that. And again, you're seeing all these people there. You're seeing in the background that we are active as a union, right? Now, the Workers of England Union are not, repeat, not on the left of politics. We do not support the Labour Party. We do not support the Tories, which are all socialists. We support genuine workers' rights and your right to earn a living, your right to be left alone, and we support the other rights in the workplace, and that is that your workplace does not have the authority over you or your body to force you to have a vaccination, especially when the vaccinations are experimental. They are known to, they've been banned in 20 countries, and there is another solution, and the other solution is ivermectin, right? We know that to be the case. And again, there's some more bits and pieces coming up there. So again, this goes in, you can see the depths of the crowd there. It goes all the way back. There was, we believe, well in excess of 1,000 people there. There may have been more. The police did get nasty, and it did turn nasty. I'm hoping to bring up some of them. And again, I'm still doing the editing, but with the cases that I'm working on, and there's something that's got to be in by tomorrow. So I'll probably be up to about 4 o'clock in the morning working on it. But again, the guy that I'm doing it for, I've got so much respect for, because he is standing up to the British establishment and saying, I'm an Englishman and I have the right to earn a living, right? And I cannot fault that in any way. So what I'm going to do now is stop that share and go back to the next one, hopefully, if I can find it. And then it starts to get nasty, right? So let me just pull this back again and see if I can clip it to where we're supposed to be, and I'll show you if there's any more information on there. This is where it get a bit skew-if. So again, I'm just going to show you the information on there. Again, we're not interested in Share sound, screen 2, share. Hopefully you can see this. What I'm going to do is scan through some of this and just show you again the union there. And again, I'm proud of every single union picket up there that helped us with that. You've got all of these different elements there. We're not interested in your colour. That is a lefty thing to do, and we're not interested. There's the Magna Carta there being held up proudly, I may add, 1297. That is the statute version. The 1215 version, the original version, is still common law. Sir Edward Coke stated that, and that is factual. I don't give a monkey's what the BBC tells you. I don't care what anyone tells you. That is still law. So what we're going to do is skip through some of this. I'm going to see if we can get to where we start. Again, you've got the different banners that are being up. Now, if you ever want to be part of this and expressing this information and using these banners, you're the people who have paid for this, right? I'm just a mouthpiece, and I'll do everything in my power. The police. Now, the union is one of those ways of protecting you from the unlawful actions. I've just got a message come up on my screen that my internet is unstable, which is not good, right? So it means they don't like what I'm putting out, and they probably started to attack it again, right? So there's the Crown and Parliament Act, Crown and Parliament Recognition Act of 1689. Again, this is all extremely important law. And what we want is when we go to Preston Crown Court on the 19th of April, we want a number of our supporters and picketers to be outside. We'll do it as a proper union picket outside with these banners, but we need a number of people from Preston and from any of the gyms, etc., to join our union. Yeah, it is to assist anyone who's working, and even if you've been furlonged or whatever. So there's the Act of Settlement, 1701. Again, you can see the crowds here, and at the end of this, I'm going to spin through this quite quickly. You'll see all the different people. I've got to go through and edit this. So what you're actually seeing is the raw images of these people. And I did actually, the crowds were fantastic. They were joyful. There was no aggravation. The only time there was aggravation, again, there's a British flag. I'm not interested in that. And people will be learning very rapidly the difference between that. So there's a number of people that gave messages, and there were some good people there. So again, what I'm going to do is try. Again, you can see everyone there. You can see, you know, we're not interested. There's all of the banners on show. There's some great people there. Some great ladies there. This lady was fantastic, come up and spoke to us at the end. And again, there's another lady there that I've just showed you. Also great people, right? So there's the information that you're seeing. I'm going to zoom through this because what I need to do is to show you or get to the part where the aggravation started. And it wasn't the crowd. The crowd didn't turn nasty. The police did. Right, so there's all the banners. There's us. There you can see Union Picket on the back there. So we're clearly defined as Union Pickets. We're not left or right. We're literally standing up for your rights. There's the banners up there. The rule of law is on the side of the individual in this country under common law jurisdiction, and common law jurisdiction forbids the state or others, meaning corporations, etc., taking control of the means of production. That's a fact. And again, there are some people in the US I'm talking to at the moment that need to really expressly understand that. Let me just see if I can push forward on this. We've got a lot of other things that we want to show. And then it went on to the next part of where it started. There's the crowd going on a walkabout. They've already started to go right up the front there. There was a lot of activity. We're waiting for them to come back, and they were peaceful. They just wanted to go for a little walk and then or a march and show what they was doing, right? So what I'm going to do now is go through the next one, touch wood.
It's all going off! No, no, mate. It's all going off, mate! Get out on the front! It's kicking off.
Now, what you're seeing in the background, that now is the police. We're on a picket, so I can't move with the people because what we don't want to do is bring the union into disrepute, right? But we do want to express exactly what's going on. You can see on the left of this screen is Active Patriot, one of my favourite patriots of all time. And again, you've got Mark there, who is one of the patriots as well. So what we're going to do is have a look forward as we're going to see what's going on.
We'll have to stay with the kit first.
And you can see police start to use caution on the crowd and start to kettle the crowd. They start to kettle the crowd, and in case the American audience don't know what I'm talking about, they start to round up or herd the people into a position which they don't really want to be in, and they can keep you in that position for a very long time, right? So again, what I'm going to try and do is show you.
How you doing?
All right, you.
Now, again, I haven't edited.
He's got a blue hat on somewhere. He's over there. Who?
This is the police basically now bullying the crowd. It was a peaceful crowd. They are the ones that are responsible for a breach of the peace, in my opinion. So I'm going to go through this a second. You're going to see a bit more as we go through this other element, and then people come up and talk to us. Again, you've got the union pickets just watching what's going on. We're not doing anything wrong. Here, again, you've got the union pickets. Let me just go through here and see if everyone's here.
Starting to cause problems. So what we're going to do.
And again, you're seeing all these elements. You can see that the pickets are not involved with the walkout. And the reason for that is because we are official union pickets. We don't want to bring the union into disrepute and go and walk about, or we was there to present what our rights are, what your rights are in law, and that's exactly what he's doing. You can see that there's kids there. Again, you can see all of this element, and we're still waiting for them to come back. Again, a lot of them have been kettled. Now what you've got is a number of people there. So what I'm going to try and do is show you one other element of it. I'm sorry it went a bit pear-shaped there. But here, you're seeing all these great people. And let me tell you something, I've got so much respect for all of them. We actually had to move the organisers' kit out of the way because the wind was blowing it over. And you can see it on the left of the screen. You can see our kit and you can see our loud hailers, etc. I'm just going to see if I can show you this part and see what's said so far.
And then we'll go from there. Hopefully it's working and you can hear us and everything. So basically we're here today to picket on behalf of the union and on behalf of the members that are journalists, where the police and the state, etc., are not recognising us, one as a union and two as journalists. When you're in a position
as we are, to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. And the state are telling you who can or what they recognise as a union and what they don't. We're a recognised union by the government. The police, not in this instance here today, but certainly in London, have battered us, have beaten us, arrested us, etc. And we are genuine union members. When the state becomes a bully, and when the state tells people who can and cannot or what union they accept, then them other unions in the background that don't stand with you are part of the state, and they're part of the problem. We're individuals, we have laws that protect us. One is the Bill of Rights, the other is the Magna Carta, the Coronation Oath Act. There are many, many laws in the background that are regarded as constitutional, inalienable rights. And that's what the union is here for today. We also fully support the right to work. And under English law, it goes back centuries. And the most recent case was last year in the High Court. The right to work, the right to earn a living. One very famous person was Wayne Rooney, who actually used that when someone tried to take his image rights, and he signed up to a contract and they said you can't do it. Even if you wanted to, you can't do it, right? So we have the right to work. The COVID regulations, and again, they're not telling you about ivermectin. Ivermectin is a cure for COVID. The vaccines are banned in 20 countries so far. Over 1,000 people have died from these vaccines, and they're not telling you that, right? Ivermectin is 2p a tablet. You take one a week and it kills COVID and most other viruses. The problem is the hierarchy, the state, and most of all the pharmaceuticals, because it is a generic drug, will not tell you about it. It kills COVID dead. Everybody who has taken that has been in hospital and in trouble, that can't breathe, it kills the virus. The next day they've been completely recovered. They're not telling you about that. That's the important thing, to get the message out there. There is a cure for COVID, and it's not a lockdown. And it's not doing what they're doing now. What they're doing now is taking your rights. You've only got to go to India. One massive state in India with 230 million people. In August last year, they started giving out ivermectin free of charge. Guess what happened, people? On January the 19th of this year, there wasn't a single death out of 230 million people in that state in India. That tells you that that tablet works. And because it's only 2p, they won't give it to you. Which is why the people of this country have been helped out by people in India who are sending it to us. So there you go, people. The government are not telling you, because the pharmaceuticals would rather earn their money out of a £3,000 vaccine that is an experimental drug and has killed over 1,000 people so far. But they're not telling you that. They're not telling you that Sweden is unlocked. Why? Because they give people vitamin D every day. Their milk is fortified with vitamin D. They're not telling you any of these things. So it's for us to stand there and tell the people the truth of what's going on. Everything you can see now, and what you see, is the state oppression and suppression by the police, which is what's going on now, because they are backing up the state. And they shouldn't be. They should be listening. And the reason why my channel has been banned 6 times now from YouTube and other channels is got to tell the truth. There's one other thing that I will tell people. This is the actual reason why they won't allow ivermectin in this country. And do you know what it is? It's also a cancer cure. So when you start giving the populace ivermectin, it kills cancer and it keeps cancer at bay. They lose £40,000 every shot of chemotherapy. when they know that ivermectin is agnostic to cancer. It kills the cancer. And we know that because we've seen the research. We've watched the research. Just think, the 2 C's, COVID and cancer, and 1 2-pence tablet. That's what it is, and that's all it takes. And that's why you don't need all of this. But they don't want you to know that. So again, I'm going to thank all of the pickets that come here today, and some of them have gone off and doing other bits and pieces. Very grateful for everyone turning up. Thank you very much, and a successful mission, because none of us have been arrested, unlike in London. That's it. Be lucky, and don't forget what I believe in. The Constitution is the solution. Thank you. Well done, son. Right. Hopefully the channel hasn't been taken down and destroyed. I can tell you now that there's messages flashing up on my screen saying your internet connection is unstable. It never happens unless it's something to do with what's going on now. So, you know, I'll listen, I don't know what we're going to do on there, but I am going to be carry on talking on there. Hopefully, we're still available and we're still there and we're still hearing everything. So someone may have to send me a message to let me know on my phone that I'm still working, because I can't actually see the other screens at the moment. Let me just see if I can put these to bed as we are there. Let's see what this one does. Let's take that one back down again. I'm not even sure where I am at the moment. Hang on a minute. Let's see if someone has just sent me a message, I believe. I don't know what that means. Let me just have a quick look. Not sure if that's the right one. Let's have a quick look and see what's going on. Hopefully everyone's seeing it, right? Thank you, Ray Edmonds, and others for telling me that it's time for the 5 to 5. Do you know, Shane, I really needed that because I thought it was Tuesday. And do you know why I thought it was Tuesday? I think it's because Monday was a complete washout, technically, right? So I'm thinking last night was Monday, tonight's Tuesday, and obviously tomorrow's Wednesday. In fact, I was going to tell, and I can't because I've got to do something for tomorrow. So it's probably going to be Friday that I'm going to Dover, and I've got to hope that he's there. Let's see if this is on there. Let me just have a quick look. I do apologise for looking at my phone while I'm talking to you, but the reason I'm doing that is because I'm getting messages through. All right, so we've got another one on there. I'm not sure if I can actually show this. There's a crowd going downhill. I don't know what's going on there, but you see the police steam in. And then you should start seeing some horses going in. Let me just bring that off. Right, so I need to try and find where we are. Let me try and find where we are so I can read the messages. I don't know if we're on YouTube. So what I am going to do is to go to the Foxhole home app. Hopefully we've got the 5x5 channel up there, and I will be going over this. Where we are. Oh, let me go. I can see that. Let's just see if I can see any chat coming up on the side there. Paul's buffering. Yeah, well, let me tell you something. Again, so I'm now looking at my screen in front of me, and I can see that people are saying it's buffering. I was in the Unite Union. What a useless organisation. Kaz, they are. Let me tell you something. There is only one union that supports the English. We do not support the British, and you really need to start looking at that. MP, what's the name of the meds? ivermectin. You can get it through DD's website. Thank you very much for that. What's the story on, what's that? 200 volunteers. What was the 200 volunteers? Oh, do you mean in reference to what Mick Stott was saying? I don't know what that is. I haven't spoke to him about it. I haven't had a chat to him about it. What I am going to be doing I mean, we're training people. I've got the webinar that has now been bought and paid for. Again, that is going to be, we're going to build that up to many thousands. And on there, you will have proper training on the Constitution. We hopefully will then get people involved that show what your actual constitutional rights are. This is a nightmare for the British because I'm talking about the English and the Welsh, by the way. And we'll keep pushing that forward. Let me have a look. There's plenty out there. Mick Scott, thank you very much for that. MP keeps off COVID and kills it if you use it. Is that? I don't know what's being said, some of these things on here. Let's have a look. So all I'm saying to everyone out there is, remember, there are truth tellers out there. This in particular, I know, and I'm actually looking at it now, and I'm actually looking at it spinning. Foxhole is a great platform, right? It could be under attack from the background, from dark forces. They're not having a go at me in any way. They have tried to, I think, upgrade and do some things, and they get glitches. Let me tell you something. I had a nightmare Monday, but it wasn't just Foxhole. I couldn't even get on YouTube. I couldn't get on anything. And some of that was my own fault because I'd left my phone with a subscriber who hopefully, well, actually sent it back to me pretty lively. Incidentally, I earned some money for that. So hopefully I'll sort that out. Chuck money can go to 8 books and purchase a third edition. It will knock your socks off. Let me just say, someone has just said something that I want to show you something. Right? Someone sent this to me. I haven't had a chance to read it yet, only because I've been massively busy doing something else, doing a lot of other things. Oh, what's going on with that? We can show you what this is, and this is basically. Let's see if I can bring up the front bit. Hopefully, you'll be able to see this. Virus Mania. Someone's just mentioned it in there. I've been sent this, and I'm really grateful. Ooh. I've just turned to page 131 and got an eyeful. Basically, this is a book, Corona, COVID-19, measles, swine flu, avian flu, cervical cancer, SARS, BSE, hepatitis C, AIDS, polio, Spanish flu, how the medical industry continue invents epidemics, making billion-dollar profits at our expense. It is written by a number of doctors by the looks of it. I'm going to turn to the back element, which is what I would normally do, and just see what is said by people. So again, just have a look at the back cover there. I'm not sure if you can actually see that. It should be in focus. Praise for Virus Mania. This book has been written with the care of a master craftsman, courageously evaluating the medical establishment, the corporate elites, and the powerful government funding institutions. It is a result of expert knowledge and great attention to details. I edit standard medical textbooks, so I esteem the decades of effort required to research and write a book like this. Wolfgang Wuffen, MD, Professor of Microbiology and Infectious Epidemiology. The book Virus Mania can be called the first work in which the errors, frauds, and general misinformation being spread by official bodies about doubtful or non-virus infections are completely exposed. Gordon T. Stewart, medical MD, medical professor, infectious disease expert, and former WHO advisor. Again, we've got someone else here. I have been so riveted reading this book that once, while standing at Hamburg Dammit train station, I didn't even notice the intercity train stop right in front of me and then go on without me. The authors are absolutely right in saying that the virus hunters and the media tend to push unfounded medical theories and sensationalize news based on the seesaw formula of hype and hope. This book is an important contribution against such dangerous stultifications. Summitville Laurerin, DSc Professor of Zoology. The authors, and then it goes on and it tells you who they are. And again, this is a fantastic book. It is a read that I would recommend to anyone, and maybe the judge, in the case of Stephen Todd, should actually read this book, and it will give them an idea. How the medical industry continually invents epidemics, making billions of dollars profits at our expense. And it tells you fantastically who these people are, etc. So there you go, people. There it is. And I will be reading that in full, right? It's just that I haven't had time at the moment. I've got a million other things to do, but that really does interest me. And I'm grateful to the person who sent it to me. So someone has just mentioned that book and said it's a great read. I've actually got it. Again, subscriber, person who helps the channel. Actually, it's the person who makes the wooden plaques. Sent that to me and said, I think you'd be very interested in this book. I am grateful to everyone who supports this channel, that supports me personally. Remember, I am nothing special, right? I am just a normal, everyday member of the English public that loves my country and loves my countrymen and women, no matter what colour you are, right? We need now to come together to beat this tyranny. I do believe we are winning. I do believe President Trump will come forward again. I think he's already working in the background at certain things, which I won't go into. But I do believe we are winning. I do believe they're on the ropes. Again, I want to show you briefly, or show the American public briefly, an element of something. I'm not allowed to actually show it as in a full video. What I will do is, if the American public are out there listening to this, in fact, if anyone's out there and wants to see this information, I'm going to send this one out there. Now, I don't particularly trust this person, and I'll tell you for why. Because as far as I'm aware, he's British and he's part of the British establishment. I don't trust anyone that hasn't had their channel attacked for telling the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God, right? I consider that this could be, but I'm not going to give my full opinion of this guy. What I am going to do is show everyone what it is that I'm actually talking about, and you will be able to see this on the screen. I'm not going to show the full video. I might be able to show a bit of it on here, but only a few seconds of it. So what I'm going to do is maybe show a few seconds of it, and you should be able to see it. This again highlights. I just want everyone to understand exactly what this is and what we're talking about. Time for an English Parliament, finally, question mark. Now, what he asks in the video is for people who agree that we need an English Parliament, and he's got something like 50,000 subscribers to say in there. Now, you've only got to go down. I can't see how many comments have been. 406 comments so far. It may be a lot more than that now. And then you've got people saying, I'd prefer for all of the devolved administration to be scrapped along with the House of Lords. That's particularly British. It's way past time, been the House of Lords and the English Parliament based in the East Midlands. Hey, I can dream. I'll tell you what, I believe it should be in Hull or York or certainly in one of the larger counties in England, and I don't believe it should be in London. I'll tell you that for now. We should shut down Westminster completely. without any doubts whatsoever. It is bad history, and we need to do something with that. So what I'm doing now is showing you on the screen. Hopefully, you will see that this is about. And let me just see if I can pick this up and show you. Again, I will try and stop this every 27 seconds. Here we go. Hopefully, you're hearing it.
Well, as a very proud Englishman, it's hard not to feel a bit put out sometimes when you see, for instance, this year, Welsh Parliament elections, Scottish Parliament elections, of course, there's a Northern Ireland Assembly, and not think, well, what about the English? Should there be an English Parliament? And Redfield and Wilton have got some new research out, which actually shows you the level of public support for this is pretty great. In fact,
right, so the level of support for this, we already know this. We've been expressing this to people. You've only got to look at the 2011 census. For the first time, they actually put in there English national identity. 32.4 million. 32.4 million people ticked English only national identity, right?
Roughly 2 to 1, the public in favour of an English Parliament. And particularly when we sit here in 2021, we've got a House of Lords that's been pretty discredited and, of course, is completely unelected. Is it time for an English Parliament? I want to know from you in the comments below. Do you think it's time? But interesting, these numbers from Redfield and Wilton, as I say, it's about 2 to 1 in favour of there being an English Parliament, 34% overall.
Now, 2 to 1 in favour of an English Parliament. Now, I want to express to people, and especially the American audience, you must know this, you must understand this, right? We are not talking about, we do not want in any way or form a federal government in terms of leaving the British establishment there. That is not the way this is going to work, right? It wasn't the way it worked before. We want an English Parliament, and we need to remove the civil service as it's known today and all of its tentacles. We want it gone. We want the British to be completely removed like a cancer is removed from the body.
Supporting and 17% opposing the creation of an English Parliament. When you look in terms of the breakdown of Redfield and Wilton, again highlighting it on Twitter, the support highest in the East Midlands, 44 supporting versus just 17% opposing. Southwest, 44% supporting, just 10% opposing.
44%. You imagine what you... Now do you understand why they won't give the English a referendum as the only... That's why we've never had a national referendum on our own parliament or independence, right? And that's why we're winning. I know we're winning. And I understand that the people are definitely coming up on board now. That's why they attack me, and that's why they attack my channel. I concentrate solely on the constitutional rights of the people of England and Wales, right? That's the difference.
West Midlands, 41% supporting and 16% opposing. You can see the rest of the figures across the country there. I mean, I certainly think the House of Lords does need to be scrapped. And I know that overwhelmingly you guys agree with that. But I want to know, what is the appetite out there? Are you one of those that wants to see an English Parliament? Do you think, as we see, of course, the Welsh Parliament, Scottish Parliament, Northern Ireland Assembly, is it time for the English to have an English Parliament? Do let me know your thoughts down below in the comments, guys. And as ever, if you've enjoyed this report, do give it a quick thumbs up. We really appreciate it.
Right, so don't forget here, people, right? The House of Lords, as it originally was, with hereditary peers, give us a link back to the Magna Carta, right? And it's very important that people understand that. Now I've got Mr. Chilbrook ringing me. So again, I'm just gonna click off of that a sec. No, I'm not. I'm going to stop the share and go from there. Don't know why Mr. Chilbrook is ringing me at 10 o'clock at night, but I've no doubt I will be speaking to him in a couple of seconds. Hopefully you're still seeing and hearing me. I mean, outside of England, front of Rose, most never realised England doesn't have an elected parliament of its own. This guy's maths are like Diane Abbott's, like 80% and 96 are English. Somerset isn't even allowed local elections this May. I know, and it's a terrible situation that we're in. I'm actually waiting. I'm not sure where. Or I'm actually not under. Is anybody there? I'm wondering if Sunny Days is coming in to the equation, or someone's coming into the equation. I need to make a quick phone call to Robin to find out what is going on there. Nosy poke. Let's have a look. Yep, the Magna Carta, far and away. There's a lot of things coming out and will be coming out in this court case in the Crown Court. And again, it is written for the Supreme Court. So again, people have got to understand. You might get a slap. You get up and you keep going. And never lay on that canvas. Always keep getting up, right? And the more you keep getting up, you're going to win in the end. Because these people ain't got the stamina that the English have got. That's why England has been a nation since 927, right? You've got to understand we are one of the oldest nations, if not the oldest nation on the planet. And we are the people that give the world common law jurisdiction. We are the only thing that stands in the way, common law jurisdiction, between totalitarian governments and the people. And people have to understand it comes from the common law. And the common law comes from England. Our constitution in England was transposed into the United States of America. You can see America was, if you like, the baby or the child of England, right? That grew up into the massive son of England and the person that is now, the greatest element in the world. And it isn't. America isn't the greatest country in the world because it's the biggest populace, because it isn't the biggest populace. It isn't the greatest country in the world because of its landmass, because it isn't the greatest landmass. It is the greatest country in the world because of its common law jurisdiction and because it is the land of the free. And that come from England. People out there, the Americans, everyone listening to this need to understand England is the last significant colony of the British Empire, and we are under attack, and we need as much help as possible. That's it. I am now going to hand over to Sunny Days.
Hey, Dee Dee. I'm sorry about that. I was having trouble logging in. It was operator problems.
Oh, let me tell you something. I've had nightmares all weekend last week with different technicalities and everything, so I completely understand that. I'm actually going to shoot off and give Robin Tilbrook a quick call back because it's a bit strange that he rang me at 10 o'clock at night. But that's it. I will speak to you again soon. Don't forget what I believe in. The Constitution is the solution. Be lucky. God bless America. God bless England. And I'm now handing you over to Sunny Days. Bye.
Bye. Thanks, Daddy Dragon. Awesome. Hi, live chat. How are you doing? All right. I'm trying to get my chat lined up a little bit better. I don't know what I did. All right. That's going to have to work. All right. Okay. So I'm going to start off with a article, and then I'm going to go on to some clips like I normally do. Oops, and I grabbed the wrong share. One of those days for me. You know what? It snowed here. It's spring and it snowed. I can't believe it. How dare it do that? And then it got sunny and now it's gray again. So I don't know. I suppose that's a typical spring where I'm at, but I just want spring to come. So, all right. So I'm going to start off with some wonderful words from this guy. And then I'll start my article.
If I give you one message to hold in your hearts today, it's this. Treat the word impossible as nothing more than motivation. Relish the opportunity to be an outsider, because it's the outsiders who change the world and who make a real and lasting difference. The more that a broken system tells you that you're wrong, the more certain you should be that you must keep pushing ahead. You must keep pushing forward.
I see you out there saying hi to me. And, I'll do a little bit of a roll call since you guys are the most important thing about this channel anyway. So John Anon Printer, hi. Chuck Money, hello. Maria Ingram, Route 3, Box 6, Texas. Bonnie Bank 12233, Susan Garbutt, Nick Glenister, Ray Edmonds. Ray, thank you so much. You're wrenching out there doing all that work. June Gower, I'm Bendel, Keck Wrangle, Tracy Truthism, Paul Wedlock, and let's see. All right, and going over to D Live, I see Ray over there doing double duty, and Puppy Cat is in the house, and of course Soko's out there. Thank you guys. Thank you for being here today. I'm so glad y'all are here. Well, I got an article for you, and I like this article. I found it uplifting. So this is out of Tap Hats, and it's Mom Asks Rude Teens to Be Quiet During Movie. Days Later Hears from Their Mother by Christy Pepple. A mom asked two teens at the movies to quiet down, and when they didn't, she let them know that they ruined her night and that she couldn't afford to go to the movies with her daughter again. Days later, she learned their mother was trying to track her down, and when she heard why, she was speechless. Rebecca Boyd was trying to enjoy a movie with her daughter when the rude teens behind her disrupted her good time. Rebecca Boyd went to a movie at Tannehill Premier Cinema 14 in Bessemer, Alabama, but instead of a nice evening out with her 12-year-old daughter, the mom was left annoyed by the teens seated behind her in the theater. Much to her dismay, they were loud and kept tapping her seat, and when she couldn't take it anymore, she turned around and politely asked them to stop. You know what? I dropped my share. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Let me pull up my share. I just realized that. All right, so here's a picture of the mom and daughter. Okay. So when she couldn't take it anymore, she turned around politely and asked them to stop. Instead of heeding the mom's request, the teens responded rudely and continued to misbehave during the movie. Following the film, Rebecca decided to let the kids know they had completely ruined her night. Her husband was laid off. That movie experience was probably the last one her family would be able to have for a while. And she wanted the teens to know how unhappy she was with their disrespect. Rebecca Boyd approached the teens following the movie to voice her frustrations. After making her frustrations known, Rebecca Boyd thought the incident was over, but she was mistaken. The rude teen's brother had witnessed the encounter, and he was going to tell their mother. When Keisha Smith Wood's teenage son told her what happened, she was taken aback. This wasn't something she could let go, so Keisha took to Facebook to find the woman who had scolded her 13-year-old daughter and stepdaughter. This is a long shot, but I'm looking for a woman that was at the Tannehill Premiere, Keisha began, giving the details about the time and location of the movie showing. She went on to explain that she had dropped the girls off at the movies with her son, who later told her, much to her humiliation and embarrassment, that her girls were rude and obnoxious during the movie, and she wanted to find the woman who had approached them about their behavior. So this must be her post on Facebook. This is a long shot. Let's see. The woman I'm looking for addressed them and asked them to be quiet, and they were disrespectful. After the movie, she approached my girls, told them what she had said before about her husband being laid off. And then this was the last movie she'd be able to take her daughter to for a while, and my girls ruined that for her. If you are this woman, please message me. I can assure you that these girls are being strongly dealt with and appropriately punished. This rude, disrespectful, and awful behavior is unacceptable, and they owe you an apology. My husband and I are having them write your apology letter tonight, and we would like to pay for your next movie and snacks out of their allowance. Please message me if this is you. I apologize profusely for their disrespect. So she didn't know the gal's name, so she's looking for her. And she posted on the McAdorori McCullough Community News Facebook page and posted the message publicly from her own profile. It was then shared on the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office page, and it eventually reached Rebecca Boyd. And when she read the rest of Keisha's social media message, she knew she had to contact her. I can assure you that these girls, okay, it repeated. I'm sorry, it keeps repeating, and I'm trying to avoid that. Keisha admits the entire ordeal had quite an effect on her girls. My girls are so mortified. They are humiliated, and that's okay because I told them, you know what? You're not going to do this again, she said, but she's grateful that Rebecca took action. She's the most gracious, kind, and forgiving woman. I'm so humbled by that, and I've been telling people the real hero of the story is her, Keisha said. She took it upon herself to correct my girls, and no one else around them did. Keisha was also pretty proud of herself as a mother after she used her children's own tools to effectively discipline them. Mom broke the internet, she laughed, according to ABC. They do Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter, and they master it all. And I'm like, you're never going to get 180,000 likes. So just act right. Use it responsibly, because obviously I'm doing something better than you. So there they are. Keisha Smith Wood takes responsibility as a parent seriously. The girls learning their lesson isn't the only good to come of Keisha's post either. The Boyd family even got a few job offers, and the message also resonated with parents everywhere. As Rebecca said, Keisha's post, a perfect example of parental responsibility, shows there are good people in the world who care about what kind of kids they are raising. It's just some good old-fashioned parenting, the moms say. When you see a child behaving badly, you call them out, and when you are the parent and find out about your child's bad behavior, you hold them accountable and make them apologize. That's how you get a happy ending for everyone. That's cool. They even got job offers for that other woman's husband that was out of work. Cool. All right, so I pulled this one up. I'm not going to read this whole article, but this is on a Newsbusters. Oh, and I just want to say from this Hats, it was, I think I did say it was from Christy Pepple. Just wanted to give her recognition for writing that. Okay, so Newsbusters, Ministry of Truth, Gates Soros funded org starts leftist information disorder commission. Isn't that what they do? They are like pushing the propaganda. They are upping this Ministry of Truth, so-called Ministry of Truth. They are trying to shove this down our throats. And the more we push back, I think the more they're going to push back, but we need to keep standing tall. So an organization backed with millions of dollars from liberal billionaires Bill Gates and George Soros has launched a commission led by radical liberals to fight mis and disinformation, according to them, I will add. The commission, dubbed the Aspen Institute Commission on Information Disorder, is co-chaired by leftist Katie Couric, media founder Katie Couric. Couric recently suggested during a segment with HBO host Bill Maher that we should deprogram people within former President Donald Trump's cult. The commission is also chaired by leftist Rashad Robinson, who leads the Soros-funded and racially charged Color of Change group. Color of Change was recently behind an effort to defraud police foundations. The last co-chair, former Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency Director Chris Krebs, had claimed that the 2020 election was the most secure in history. Krebs' comment earned him backlash from a senior Department of Homeland Security official, according to Fox News. Okay, so just want to keep an eye on the Aspen Institute Commission on Information Disorder and how much propaganda they're pushing our way. The Daily Wire put this out. Steven Crowder's YouTube account locked, demonetized. Crowder hints action. We've got something for them. I've been warning about this for a long time, and now it's here, by Tim Pierce. So YouTube has demonetized and locked conservative commenter Steven Crowder's account for allegedly violating the platform's community guidelines. He got blocked uploading new content for his channel, pulled one of his videos. They said that he violated rules against spreading misinformation about the 2020 election. They also booted him from its YouTube partner program. So he just kind of goes into this. Crowder first announced YouTube's action against him in Monday's Instagram post, accusing the platform of manipulating its community guidelines to target conservatives. He also teased having something for them in response to his ban. I've been warned. Okay, and then he repeats that. Today, Google and YouTube just fired a huge shot across our bow. They are no longer enforcing community guidelines, but creating entirely new ones with the express purpose of removing any and all conservative voices of dissent, he charged. For the crime of investigative journalism, we are forbidden from uploading, posting, or live streaming for an entire week on the main channel. Don't worry, we've got something for them. So YouTube has demonetized Crowder once before, suspending his channel from its partnership for over a year, from 2019 to 2020, August 2020. And he is in the process of suing social media giant Facebook for cutting off his election night live stream. The conservative commenter is suing Facebook for alleged fraud, false advertising, and monopolistic behavior. So there was that, and then I grabbed some clips, and let me see, I kind of had this set up. I thought this was really neat. I'm not sure that, there is music on this, but I believe they're not listening to anything. I believe it's totally, they're singing and maybe somebody playing a guitar. I won't play the whole clip just in case they try to ping on the YouTube channel on that, because they do watch the music pretty closely, I think, on there. But I thought that was pretty cool. That's an old song. I haven't heard that for a really long time. And then on Monday, so this was out of the NCO Academy, Hawaii. Today, we honor the veterans who performed their duties exceptionally well during the Vietnam War. This video, courtesy of the National Vietnam War Veterans Day commemoration, displays the stories of the veterans and the war itself. It was National Vietnam War Veterans Day on March 29th. So it says March 29th is National Vietnam War Veterans Day, uniting Americans to thank and honor Vietnam veterans and their families for their service and sacrifice. I guess I could make that bigger.
Nearly 10 million service members served during the lifespan of the Vietnam War. And during that time frame, it was really tough in our nation, a tough time in our nation, where we didn't always take the right approach and invest in telling them thank you. So now I think it's probably even more important now than ever, really, to take the time to just say thank you and to let them know that their sacrifices did not go, unknown or unrecognized.
2.6 million Vietnam veterans and their families have been publicly thanked at home and abroad by more than 11,000 dedicated commemorative partners during 18,000 ceremonies, but there is still more to do.
This provides a unique opportunity to provide a long overdue recognition and help bring, I believe, healing to the veteran, their family, and to our country.
We lose more than 500 Vietnam veterans every day, many residing in hospices and long-term care facilities. Help us locate and honor these brave men and women who served and sacrificed before our opportunity vanishes. And I would add that we lose many of them to suicide too, and homelessness, and not being able to get proper medical care.
They serve proud, and I think we all now, as a team should pay some type of respect.
For the Vietnam veteran, many of them, this was the most significant event of their life.
God bless our veterans. God bless our Vietnam veterans. God bless all of our veterans. Thank you for serving. And let's see, I think that was the last one I had of that. All right. So now I'm just gonna yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and play these clips.
Great. What the hell? What the heck? What the heck was that? What? Hello? Am I tripping? What the fuck? Vaccine.
That is so funny. Okay. That was supposed to be comedy. Oh.
So when you drink bottled water, you're consuming microplastics, up to 300 microplastics every time, and up to 130,000 microplastics per year. So I'm looking into what these masks are made of, especially ones you could buy at Walmart, and a majority of them consist of recycled plastic. So what are the chances that we're inhaling microplastic all day long? Disregarding all these little fibers that are hanging off, but actual microplastics that we're inhaling directly into our lungs. Never mind, I looked it up, and yes, you are inhaling microplastics. My favorite page on the National Institute of Health. This page talks about the current standards of the masks. They also talk about ethylene oxide, which is a common sterilization agent used to disinfect medical devices. And yes, they put this stuff on your masks. And according to the EPA, long-term exposure to ethylene oxide in humans can cause irritation in the eyes, nose, throat, lungs, and damage to the brain and nervous system. Also increases the risk of lymphoid cancer and breast cancer.
I like to play these because usually I learn something too. I didn't even think about the microplastics in the masks. And as other people, it's just something to be able to share with other people. I don't know. So just think that the more we have in our toolbox to use, the more we have to help each other out.
Friendly reminder, ancestors abused, raped, and ate my ancestors, and you still systematically benefit from it.
Hey, how are you? Firstly, my ancestors are Scandinavian, so we had absolutely nothing to do with the North Atlantic slave trade. The people that we murdered, enslaved, pillaged and stole from were white Europeans. Secondly, a lot of white people died to set slaves free in the USA. What about the descendants of them? Are you categorising them in with your little speech? Also, you're getting systemically and systematically confused. You said systematically, which means done in accordance with a system. What you meant is systemically, which means throughout a system. I guess that's all, but thanks for your time.
Friendly reminder. You did a good job of telling her what's for. I'm looking at the chat now and I see Tracy saying, can you share this link? Share the link about the masks. Yes, I can drop that into chat. Here you go. So I dropped that into the chats and I'm just doing DLive and YouTube right now. Okay, so moving onward. Oh, if guys, have you seen this My Pillow commercial? I thought it was pretty good.
Summitville, where no one's at and the sheets are made cheaply. But there is one family in the Sleepyville town that uses My Pillow for the best sleep around. My pillows are adjustable for proper alignment, and the Giza sheets breathe so they feel no confinement. So order My Pillow for great sleep refinement.
Why are they so chipper?
Their co-workers wondered.
So much energy and zest, like they've had the best slumber.
And when they peeked in the window, the secret was clear. My Pillow sheets, pillows, and mattress toppers appeared. My Pillow is breathable and lasts more than 10 years. It's washable and dryable and was manufactured.
I like that how all their hair is so messy and then he pops up. Great. I enjoyed that. And then I saw this one, a cat stalking a mouse. And the chicken grabbed it. I didn't realize that about chickens. Yeah, so the cat is going after the mouse, and then the chicken just like, hey, I'll take that mouse. All right, let's see. And I put this aside because I thought this was funny. This MG No New Normal tweeted this out. My husband was grocery shopping yesterday and a lady approached him. Her, you're not wearing a mask. Him, nope. Her, you're medically exempt. Him, nope. I just refuse. She takes her mask off. Her, do you mind if I shop with you for protection? Hubby provided security. I thought that was pretty good. There's always one jokester in the group.
So what are you guys thinking for dinner or whatever? Cheesecake?
Yeah, the shepherd's pie.
Oh!
Are you okay?
Oh! Oh my goodness! Oh!
Do we need to take you?
What a prankster. Oh my gosh. And then there were these. It says, the byline on it says, waking up from a night of bar hopping, because it's a kangaroo, recollections of last night's events filtering in with each jerk of the head. What happened last night? That's pretty funny. And then there was this Patriot.
It's amazing. It's amazing how when 4-5 was in office and he took a sip of water, people thought he was having a stroke. When he was taking his time going down the ramp, oh, they said he was unbalanced. You know, he's not right. And they kept saying he was unfit for office. He was unfit for office. But now that we have Joe Biden, the head of this administration, falling up the steps, stuttering over his words. His favorite word is, come on, man. Come on, man. It's amazing. It's amazing how the left just continues to patronize this guy. He can do no wrong. You know, he can actually do no wrong. So I just want everyone to be aware of the fact that this administration has the support of the entire world. It's amazing that I even said that. I think they support him because they can get over on him. He's kind of like a pushover. He's kind of like how can I say, unfit for office. So, ladies and gentlemen, just know that it is amazing. It is amazing that this administration is still in the White House. It's amazing. It's amazing.
Woo, he better be careful if he works for Amazon. I was wondering why he was saying Amazon. Amazing. They want to push biometrics on their employees. Yeah, I just had an article on that. Let me see if I still have it. I might have dropped it. Yeah, I did drop it. Yeah, I had an article on that. But so then there's this.
They event over wireless networks, bouncing through your neighbor's smart meters, all the way to the power company where they keep record of all your electric consumption volumes and patterns every minute of every day and store that data forever on computers that you'll never get to see. That data shows when you are at home, shows when you're sleeping, shows when you're on vacation, when you have visitors, when you use a
Okay, that's really scary if the smart meter can do all that. I don't even know if we have one.
lamp, a power tool, some extra computers, and if you look like you're running a business out of your home. It even senses when you bootleg energy off the grid. Your smart meter data shows a vivid profile of your personal living patterns and whether or not you were at home on the night of the murder. This is not electrical metering. This is personal surveillance.
That's pretty scary. That's a scary agenda.
This is a search without a warrant every day. This is your personal private life going straight out through your electric meter to the power company, to the government, to the police, to the insurance company, to anyone who cuts a deal with your power company to look at your life under a microscope. Sorry, it's actually worse than that.
I'm actually stopping this one because I'm not sure. I don't see that it's commercialized, but it could be.
People who don't cut a deal can get your information too by simply intercepting the wireless signal spewing from the side of your house. Yes, smart meters are radio transmitters. Here's how you tell. This one is a 1-watt radio station licensed by the FCC.
Goodness gracious, I'm going to have to look at ours. I don't think it has anything like that on it.
On this all-news radio station, every detail of your electrical life is shooting off to some institutional data center somewhere. Already, the police in Ohio, Texas, British Columbia, and places I don't know about are regularly using smart meter data to pinpoint marijuana grow houses.
Wow.
Enforce business licenses and punish people for doing things in the privacy of their own homes that you were not supposed to do, but they wouldn't even know you were doing if they weren't spying on you. Your power company apparently...
Was that under the good old Patriot Act? That sounded so wonderful.
...apparently gets to sell your personal life story to whomever it wants. Any unusual power consumption pattern is considered probable cause to raid you for growing marijuana or running a computer server without a business license. This is about as Big Brother as...
I found that interesting. Let's see. My doggy's gonna bark. My son just pulled up. Let's see. I think I can play this one, even though it's the Epoch Times. I'll have to stop it at least once.
Hollywood is the greatest propaganda machine that has ever existed. What did Stalin say? What did Lenin say? What did Hitler say? If I can control the movie theaters, I can control the world.
The culture was stolen through entertainment product. It can be reclaimed the same way.
We've proven that it can be done. And by the way, when we stood up, others stood up.
I'm not sure if Crossroads is a program of the Epoch Times.
Because they watched. That's how you cause revolution, because others see what you do.
People tend to believe that money is the god in Hollywood, and it's not. Money's a demigod in Hollywood. It's desirable, but it's not what fools. Political correctness and leftism is what rules Hollywood.
They've told us folks about that for quite some time. And then I might have played this last week, but it's worth a second listen. This kid's pretty smart.
Now, I just came from the park, and it's this kid teasing me because I have felines on. Now, mind you, I am not a material person. I just wear felines because, you know, I like the color, and I think they're cool. They might not be what's popular today, but, you know, that's what I like. So, I told the kid, it's not about what I have on my feet, it's about what I have inside my head. No matter what I'm wearing, no matter what I have on, it's about my information, the knowledgeable things in life. These sneakers are not even going to fit you in 20 years from now. So it's about what you have in your mind, your wisdom, your knowledge, the power to inspire others. And parents, please don't raise your children like the materialistic type, because once they don't have Jordans on or cool clothes, they're going to feel like they're not important. They're going to feel like they need the golden or the Jordans or the cool stuff, the popular stuff, to make them feel important.
I wonder where we got that program then. We need to feel important because of what we're wearing or what we can afford. Let's see. So Monica on the Air tweeted this one out about Billy Prempha. Democrats have turned my hometown into a war zone. If we don't stand up to protect America from the left, we will lose it forever. I'm running to fix this mess. Help me fight. I'm not sure who he is, but he explains more in his video.
Hi, my name is Billy Prempha, in New Jersey my entire life. I'm a first-generation American, and I'm a child of legal immigrants. So hear me when I say this. America is a great nation, and Americans are incredible people. Anybody who tells you otherwise is straight up lying to you. You see, I'm proud to be an American. I stand for our national anthem, and I'll hold this flag up with pride. And for the record, I do have privilege. American privilege, because being an American is hands down the greatest privilege on the face of the earth. And I'm so proud of our rich American history. So proud, in fact, that when I was 18, I enlisted into the United States Air Force and served my country during wartime. Unfortunately, when I returned home, I returned to find my city of Paterson, New Jersey, literally became a war zone. How could this have happened? Politicians have allowed our community to be destroyed by drugs, violence, and bad education. Our permanent elected class, they don't care about us. I will not sit back and allow our community to be destroyed any longer. And if you love this place as much as I do, you're not going to sit back and allow it to happen either. So for that reason, I'm throwing my hat in the ring. I'm running for Congress to fix this mess. I'm running to represent the New Jersey 9th Congressional District. I believe freedom is worth defending. And I firmly believe if we don't stand up to protect our country from the people who hate it, we will lose America forever. My opponent is Bill Pascrell. Pascrell has been representing Paterson for nearly 40 years in elected office. That's 9 years longer than I've been alive. So I've got one question for you. In 40 years, has Bill Pascrell made life better or worse? Follow me, I'll show you. The unemployment rate in Paterson is over 15%. That's almost 3 times the national average. The household income for a family in Paterson is nearly half of what it is for the rest of the country. 85% of American cities are safer than here. People gotta survive. Maybe that's why Paterson is such a dangerous place. 1 out of every 119 people in Paterson are victims of a violent crime. And 1 out of every 46 people are victims of burglary or theft. And in 2019, the number of homicides in Paterson skyrocketed by almost 60%. And who suffers the most from all this violence? Bill Pascrell doesn't care about black or brown lives. He himself is too afraid to walk streets like this. He hides in his basement just like Joe Biden, while our brothers and sisters are killed regularly on streets just like this one. When he's not hiding, he's in DC voting with Nancy Pelosi 97% of the time to destroy places like Paterson. He's working hard to defund our police, and he's pushing socialist and communist policies on our already struggling economy. I will not let Bill Pascrell destroy our community any longer, because 40 years of control in Paterson is long enough. It's time for term limits. Let's retire Bill Pascrell. Our district has been voting the exact same way for the past 40 years, and it is literally killing us. Do you know what it's called when you do the exact same thing over and over again? It's called insanity. It's time to stop voting for insanity, New Jersey. Bill Pascrell does not represent us. He represents an old, outdated ideology that has failed us. My name is Billy Prempeh, and I love America with all my heart and soul. And I love New Jersey just as much. And it's time that New Jersey and the 9th Congressional District gets a candidate that's willing to represent them. That person is me. And I'd like for you to follow me on this journey. Let's go.
Nice. I hope he does what he says he'll do. And it's nice to see regular folks getting involved in running for office. Let's see.
Look at the way I've been treated lately by the media. No politician in history has been treated worse or more unfairly. You can't let them get you down. You can't let the critics and the naysayers get in the way of your dreams. Adversity makes you stronger. Don't give in, don't back down, and never stop doing what you know is right. Nothing worth doing ever came easy. And the more righteous your fight, the more opposition that you will face.
Cool. He really had a lot of inspirational speeches and words in his speeches, I think. There was this.
They were going to fix the university. Now, why did you
negotiate many times?
Negotiate? What is to negotiate? What is?
The university is a public institution.
That's right. But the university,
its own community, and for the community of Berkeley that live around it.
All of it began the first time some of you who know better and are old enough to know better let young people think that they had the right to choose the laws they would obey as long as they were doing it in the name of social protest.
There are cities in Michigan. Oh, shut up.
Go Ronald Reagan. I don't remember ever seeing that speech. Oh, shut up. He says he's had enough. Hey, this was from Walkabout. Well done, everyone, for organizing this. And Conspiracy Guy tweeted this out. Maskless shopping in Chelmsford in the UK. Seeing more and more people group together and do this, shopping in groups like this, maskless. Awesome. It's good to see that. All right, and it wouldn't be a sunny show without Grace Kelly, Grace Ann Kelly.
You're pro-mask, and I'm like, well, you should be able to choose whether you muzzle your face or not. If you're pro-lockdown, and I'm like, well, you should be able to choose whether you lock down or not, I'd like to go out and live and have a bit of faith. If you're pro-vaccine and I'm anti-experimental vaccine because I'm not your guinea pig and I'd like to have a choice, does that make me pro-choice? But if I'm pro-choice, then am I still far-right? Am I still the far-right conspiracy theorist? And you're the voice of reason? So confusing. Far-right, far-left. But maybe it's supposed to be confusing. Because when we're arguing and we're divided, then we're weak and we're way easier to control. It's a good idea.
Yeah, that's been their idea. It seems like that's their game. Try to keep us confused and try to keep us against each other. There was this. It says Judith Rose, Holocaust survivor, speaks out against lockdowns.
93-year-old Holocaust survivor. Hi, my beauty.
Thank you very much. I am, in fact, a survivor of the Holocaust. And the first thing I have to tell you, that even then, nobody told us it was done for our own good. We all knew what was happening. And when I think today, when I see people masked, I think of the Yellow Star, which gave everybody liberty to aggress me, to insult me, to call me a carrier of disease,
Oh, my love.
to spit on me even.
I love you.
I would like to tell you that this is worse. It is more insidious. concerns more people. There is a hypocrisy in the public narrative that is absolutely unbearable, to say that we're doing this to protect the old. I would love to die in a state that gives me freedom than live in here. I have already outstayed my welcome by many years, and my life expectancy is probably not great, but I would gladly exchange this for the lives and livelihoods and happiness of generations that come after me, to live their lives as I have been. To have masks, to see people defile their children with masks is something totally unbearable to me.
Gosh, I wish we could hear from more of the survivors of what they think is happening and how they see what is happening as compared to what happened to them. And I like what Proud American Woman, she does quite a few videos. I like what she has to say.
Where people's logic have gone. You know, they're saying, oh, it's racist to require ID to vote when we use an ID to buy cigarettes, buy alcohol, drive a car, we need a license. I just don't, what happened to the logic? I guess fishing is now racist because you have to have a license to fish too. You have to have an ID to fish. People just buy whatever is sold to them, don't they? They don't even have common sense anymore. Also, how is it not racist to have a COVID vaccine passport? That seems kind of racist too, right? I don't know, our world is upside down.
She's got that right. Our world is upside down right now. And then this was from Tom McDonald.
When I have your mind blown, though I made it beat with my guitar and my keyboard. I ended up writing a song about my lifelong battle with alcohol addiction. I asked my girlfriend and my best friend to be on the song with me. I made this confession booth out of plywood, and it looked like this. I made this window, and it looked like this. And I took this giant cross, and it looked like this. And ended up releasing a music video that got 2 million views in 3 days. If you're an entrepreneur, you don't need $1 million. You just need a big work ethic and a little bit of heart.
I thought that was pretty cool that Tom McDonald put that TikTok out. All right. This was kind of interesting, and this was going around too. This particular person tweeted out, listen, hear me well, find another church. So the not yet vaccinated, yes, and then the no is checked. And those wanting to play it safe, masks and social distancing required in the pews. But then the vaccinated get to sit on this side, and mask and social distancing required in the pews. Yeah. So, oh my goodness. So bizarre when you think about it. So bizarre. And then somebody did this TikTok on Rockefeller's 1991 leaked speech will give you chills.
His media allies. Confidence that his words would not leave the room was later broken.
We are grateful to the Washington Post, the New York Times, Time Magazine, and other publications whose directors have attended our meetings and restricted their promises of discretion for almost 40 years. It would have been impossible for us to develop our plan for the world if we had been subject to the right.
I will have to stop it just because it's the Neon Nettles website that's on here. So
Publicity, that the world is now more sophisticated and prepared to march toward a world government.
that these men aim to create a world system of financial control in private hands, able to dominate the political system of each country and the economy of the world as a whole. In short, they seek total and quiet control of the entire world.
Jeez. Well, I think people still don't understand that, but it should be becoming more and more clear. And then I thought I like seeing these young people. It gives me hope.
It's insane what to tolerate. Hundreds of thousands of abortions for convenience every year. Attempts to take your gun rights. Attempts to remove parental consent from gender transition of minors. Continuing advancement of the LGBT narrative. Transsexuals in women's sports. Transsexuals in women's bathrooms. WAP on family programs. Our culture is just a gay man twerking on Satan. Big tech censorship. Destruction of traditional gender norms. Destruction of your religion. Open hatred for white people, for your race. Millions of immigrants every year. And conservatives, they're just like, we really need to work out a compromise. Well, I think a few more debates and we'll have this topic ironed out in a mutually amicable way. The other side doesn't want to talk. They don't want to compromise. They're at war with you. It is a culture war, and we're just losing because we don't have the balls to fight back. All conservatives can manage is a meager outrage on Twitter. If the left is morally outraged, they'll get you fired. They'll have you on your knees apologizing. They don't want to talk. They don't want to have a debate. They want to silence you and then enact their will upon you anyway.
They sound pretty ruthless. In other words, yeah, they'll wreck your life. Here's a little bit of change of pace. This was Animals, and I liked this one because I've rarely seen Black Panthers, even in videos.
What you know about rolling?
Oh, you know what? I'm gonna mute this one just because I think it's a commercial song, but still the footage is pretty cool. So apparently these two are friends. It's so beautiful. Oh my goodness. Wow. And that they play together like that. Wow. That's just amazing. I wonder if they had it since it's been like a baby or something. Let's see. I don't know if you guys all heard about this, and this was from March 29th, but police investigate Virginia teachers' private Facebook group for naming parents who were against critical race theory and urging members to gather information on them. Teachers naming parents who were against critical race theory, had a different opinion, and urging members to gather information on them. Yeah, that happened. I believe this is in Canada.
2 meters from each other. Refusal to
oh, yep, it does say Canada.
Makes you liable to a fine ranging from $1,000 to $6,000. Thank you for contributing.
How dystopian is that? That there's these speakers telling you what to do.
To limiting the spread of COVID-19.
People are waking up, and when they heard about these what are they called, these isolation camps.
Well, you did this line during your sermon yesterday. You can't pull that one on me today.
Okay, when they did these isolation camps, our dear Prime Minister.
Orders makes you liable to a fine ranging from
sorry about that.
Contributing to limiting
COVID. That
one on me.
Isolation camps.
Sorry about
our dear
that.
Prime Minister is so far off with that. And our older people, our elderly, are saying, Pastor, that's Hitler's, that's signs of Hitler, that's signs. I said, I believe you, because it's just too close for comfort.
Wow, so this pastor believed his congregation. It's good to see that.
But this is taking things over the edge if you're comparing Justin Trudeau to Hitler.
I'm not saying he's Hitler. He's way too young to be Hitler. But I'm saying for what Hitler did, the actions that led up to the concentration camps. It didn't start with a concentration camp.
None of this feels very godly to me.
Which kind? What part of it?
None of this.
Oh my goodness. All right. I'm going to keep playing it. I better comment.
this anger, this attacking of the police and of the government and of this doctors, it doesn't feel godly.
It doesn't feel godly to attack the police and the government. Well, who's attacking them, first of all, just by standing up and saying, you know, this isn't right? Give me a break. Oh my gosh. And look what they're doing to the people.
To me.
When Jesus walked into the temple, kicked over those tables, and the money flew all over, that wasn't very godly, was it?
I agree. I like this pastor's boldness.
Right now I'm kicking over tables, left and right. And as soon as we're done that, we'll have the temple cleaned up and we'll have a temple like it should be.
I don't know who this Victor Marx is.com, but I'm going to have to check that out. Interesting. Let's see.
Stopping human traffickers. Youth is a big business. It's a big deal. Dealing in children is a big deal. Children are probably the most harmed. They grab them, they put tape over their mouth, they tie their hair.
Makes me wonder, you know, he knew so much more than we did about all of this stuff.
And they take them to another country. We have things happening that you don't want to even know about. And it's been that way for decades, and we can't have it about stopping human trafficking.
Wow. How that must have weighed on him, how it must weigh on him now even. And then this was kind of a funny.
Everyone's been asking, the egg hunt is definitely happening this year, but I'm not sure I'm going to be there. Good for Popeyes. They're now hiring smiling feces. That means Poop Emoji can finally get a job to pay his child support. Dear Lord, please give me a sign if I should do Larry. Oh, hell yeah. This is one of those church billboards. Easter comes once a year. How often do you? That's a little personal. This one's confusing. Speed limit 70. Speed limit 60. Well, which is it? Caution, this sign has sharp edges. Well, why is the sign even there? Just take it down. It's the gift for someone who has everything. Authentic camel toe footprints. Caution, immediate 6-foot drop upon entering door. Like everyone's been asking, and yes, the anal...
The annual. Reduced down to that. All right. Oh, I've only got 5 minutes. Is this going to be us with our fake passport? I'm already seeing them go around the internet. How, you know, take this passport and print it off. How do you like this? This tweeted out the photo of the year. Isn't that funny? Sometimes they say start looking like your pets. Oh man. And then I don't know if y'all heard, but President Trump had done this speech with his daughter-in-law. Here's a little clip.
Been down here?
Well, it's been great. It's Florida. It's a beautiful state. It's a well-run state. We had a tremendous election result in Florida, as you know, despite millions and millions of dollars being spent against us. And we had a big victory, I guess, unprecedented victory. And as we did in many states, and we should have had in all states.
And I'll stop it because this is from The Right View. I'm not sure if she appears on there regularly, and I hadn't really heard much about this particular news site.
I guess that's still, in my opinion, being looked at by a lot of people. It was disgraceful what happened. That was a third world country voting system, and it's a shame. It's an absolute shame, but it's being looked at by a lot of different people. But we had a fantastic election. You know, I say I ran twice, and we did better the second time by a lot, by 12 million votes. And but I love Florida. It's just a spectacular place.
Yeah, well, a well-run state.
He did say a few things in that speech. He did say that he's thinking about doing a rally soon. And she asks him about 2024, and he says, she said, is there hope that you'd run? And he said, yes, of course, there's always hope. So I don't know. She asked him like 5 questions, and I think it was about a 20-minute speech. But they did. They did take it off Facebook and Instagram. People that posted it, they were warning them, if you post it, you might get, like your account disrupted. And I do believe that they did take it off social media sites. They're so afraid of him, they can't even let him talk. So.
Practiced friends. What's been your favorite part of the new presidency so far? Is it the spike in gas prices? Is it the spike in insulin prices? Is it the absolute destruction of women's sports? Could it be the bombs dropped in Syria? Could it be the lack of addressing the country? Could it be the cancellation of the pipeline and the 52,000 jobs that went with it? Could it be the illegal immigrants coming into the country without COVID tests? Maybe the possibility that Americans will have travel restrictions but not illegal immigrants? Is it the wokeism? Banning of the Chinese virus? Could it be getting back into the Paris Climate Accord? Or what about the World Health Organization? Could it be the radical leftist ideas? I'm not done. The lies about the first gay and or transgender person on the cabinet? Could it be our troops sleeping on a cold garage floor? The paper hearts? The lies about COVID? For me, it's the geometry. Circling back.
I love seeing the young people. That's awesome. So I'm going to drop the share. The guys are probably here. Hey, Pixels, how are ya?
Not bad. It's just me so far. Still waiting on Adel. He's always usually I don't know, 30 seconds late or something.
Oh yeah, he's got to finish up his show. How are you doing?
Not bad, not bad. I've got my new setup all totally working. Let me see if I can show it to you guys.
Oh, great. Well, that was some fancy table your dad made. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's it's real special. And he signed the bottom of it, like the underside. And he like put the date on it. So if I ever have a kid, it'll get passed down to him. And
oh, awesome.
Yeah. Ooh, I don't know what the meeting ID is. Hold on. Give me a sec.
How's your show Ear Candy going? Are you doing that yet?
Well, actually, we haven't been doing that because JR is running for Congress and he wants to focus on that. So we've put that on hold.
Okay. I played a 5-minute video of a guy that's running in New Jersey, and I forgot his name already, but it looked pretty good. I hope it goes well for him if that's his platform and he's honest. People are jumping in the ring. It's awesome.
Yep. It's totally awesome.
I did see the gal she had a 5-minute like commercial too video. The gal that's running against Murkowski.
Mm-hmm.
I can't think of her name either, but yeah, good stuff.
So there it is. I've got all the chats up here, which is really nice.
Okay.
And then down here, I've got my free, if I can block the light.
Oh yeah. Oh my gosh,
Totally
those
awesome.
are huge monitors. They look like huge. Are they regular computer size?
Yeah, they're just regular. They just
look okay. For some reason, they look huge, but
that one up there is actually a TV. Yeah, so that's a big one.
Oh my gosh, you got like a regular news studio, Pixels. It's awesome.
Yep. The famous
Hi,
Mike.
Adel.
Hey, how's it going, Sunny Days?
Going good.
Pixel's new setup there, huh?
Yeah, I'm like fawning over it.
Yeah, that's awesome.
All right. Well, you guys have a great show.
Oh, we will. Thank you, Sunny Days. Have a great rest of your Wednesday.
Thanks so much. Bye.
See you later. What's up, Adel?
Oh, not too much, man. Not too much. Sorry, I'm a minute late. Had to go use the little boy's room, then got a phone call at the last minute, but we're all good. All good. How you doing, man?
Not bad. Not bad. Doing okay.
Very good. We got a special camera angle here, huh? The desk of pixels, it looks like.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know what's going on with it actually. I like left the meeting on my phone and it's stuck there now.
Oh, weird.
Yeah, maybe I don't know, maybe it'll disappear. I'm not sure. Maybe I should put it on speaker for the time being. Let's see here. /speaker. No, not Spreaker.
Yep, we're good now. We're good. It fixed itself.
Oh, it's gone?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we're good.
Right on. Well, I guess I'm going to go ahead and throw the show opener up on the screen here. We'll get all in the mood to talk about total insanity, and then we'll do so.
Sounds good to me, man. Let's do it.
All right, guys. The New Guard starting right now.
In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex.
For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice.
If fascism ever comes to America, it'll come in the name of liberalism.
This is not simply another four-year election. This is a crossroads in the history of our civilization that will determine whether or not we, the people, reclaim control over our government.
As always, you are watching The New Guard here on the 5x5 network, where we are extremely excited for the Trump social media platform. Adel, take it away, my friend.
What's up, everybody? Welcome, welcome. Happy Wednesday. Happy hump day. Good to be with you guys out there for another edition of The New Guard. My name is Adel Nero, and with me, as always, riding shotgun is Season Pixels. And here we are, man, wrapping up March of 2021. Really kind of a full trip around the track, a full lap around the track since the shutdown, since the scamdemic really kind of grabbed the fear of the American people and ran with it. And yeah, just kind of surreal to be sitting here a year later, still dealing with the bullshit, the bullshit from it. I don't know, man. How was your week? How was your week?
It's been okay. Yeah, it just I don't know. The news out there has just been completely unbearable. There's little bits of good news happening here and there, but good Lord, is it just a total cluster F out there right now? I mean, I don't know. And March went by quick, didn't it? For me, it was like a snap of the finger, and it was just gone.
Since honestly, I would say since July of last year. Like every week feels like it's about 2 hours long.
Yeah,
it's pretty crazy. For sure, time seems to be accelerating pretty quickly here. So I definitely agree with you there, man. March definitely seemed like it flew right by. All of these months have, it's just every day feels like a battle, and when you're in there and you're constantly keeping up with everything and fighting the narrative, preparing shows. We both work jobs outside of doing this. It's just the hours just disappear, the days just kind of disappear. That's just how it goes. Hopefully time will slow down at some point here, but right now, it's just kind of how it is. Where do you want to start today, Pixels? There's a lot of different things going on. We could start a number of different places. I started the Power Hour today talking about this, and we don't have to spend a long time on it, but President Trump, the interview he did with his daughter-in-law, Laura Trump, was banned from Facebook and YouTube.
I saw that.
They're now banning his voice. You can't even have President Trump speak and have that audibly come over the platform. They'll take down the video. It's a whole different level, man. It's a whole different level.
I'm not surprised, man. They did the same thing with Red Pill 78. Remember when they took Red Pill 78 down, and then he started doing shows with Methods on Methods channel?
Yeah.
And as soon as that started happening, they took that down too. Like it was like they're not banning a channel, no, they're banning a person. And they did it to Alex Jones too, right? I mean, the only thing of Alex Jones allowed on YouTube is stuff that's meant to ridicule him. So I mean, it's like it's madness, man. It's total madness. Real quick though, I want to start with some comments out there, because I saw some comments that I want to reply to real quick here. First of all, there's a bunch of people saying hi and hello to you, and thanks for complimenting my super cool setup here. And we totally need to get Adel set up like I'm set up now. That's my mission. We're gonna do it.
I've got a good setup. It's just my desk is a total mess. I'm embarrassed to show you guys. So maybe
you need to get your dad to build you a desk too.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
BJ McPhail1 says, find a way to edit out bar. Yeah, I'm working on it. I am working on a new. I'm kind of still in the brainstorming stages of a new intro for the new guard, so that'll be done at some point. I need to know what exactly to do with it, how to do it, what music to put behind it, et cetera, et cetera. So that'll be done. And there's a bunch of donations that came in. Like He Cute threw us a diamond. So did Puppycat01. Punky Q STR donated a lemon. Patty S donated a lemon. And Don 125 just followed. So thank you guys very much. Appreciate it. So Adel, why don't we go ahead and start? I found something today that just, have you seen these talks of a $10 trillion climate plan or whatever? Have you seen that?
I saw $2 trillion infrastructure. I don't know. I know Biden has a new $2 trillion infrastructure plan. Is there something more than that?
Yeah. So I found something on Newsmax, and it's an eyebrow raiser for sure. Progressives want Biden's infrastructure plan to include $10 trillion for climate. Trillion with a T.
So what do you do with 10 trillion? Like do you rub $10 trillion like on the ozone layer? Like you take those $100 bills up there and form some kind of patch for the ozone layer and just stick it up there like a giant filter? I mean, seriously, what the hell are they going to do?
Is it $10 trillion in like aluminum and stuff that they want to spray into the atmosphere?
I don't know, man. Of course they do. I mean, we saw them back the Green New Deal, which was $100 trillion basically spending plan to do this stuff. So it's just kind of pushing in that direction. They're not going to get 10 trillion, but how does the uniparty operate, right? I'm the Democrats, you're the Republicans, okay? How does the uniparty operate? I say I want 10 trillion. You say no, but we'll give you 2 trillion. The American people don't want to give you any trillions of their money, but they're gonna take it. So it's like the good cop bad cop bullshit. Like the Democrats are like, we want to spend $100 billion, and then the Republicans are like, that's ridiculous. We'll only spend 2 trillion, and even 2 trillion is absurd. But it's just they shift that Overton window so far that then as a Republican you go, oh, well, thank God the Republicans were there to keep things sane. When meanwhile, no, the plan was always to spend 2 trillion. They just performed a psyop on you to get you to accept a ridiculous spending bill that should have never even been considered, but because they came so over the top with the idea of $10 trillion that you're just glad that it's only 2 trillion. And that's kind of what we're up against. They do this with everything, by the way. It's not just spending. They do it with gun control. They do it with censorship. Anything you can imagine. It always starts that way, where it's like the Democrats are like, I want to ban everything up to a squirt gun. And then the Republicans are like, that's ridiculous. Just take bump stocks, high capacity magazines and silencers or suppressors. And we'll just leave it there until next year when you know what I mean? And that's kind of the scam. And it's always been the scam.
Just to me, I don't know how many of you out there, put a 1 in live chat if you've seen this. How many of you out there have gone to this website, the usdebtclock.org? It is a real-time counter of U.S. national debt and a whole lot of other numbers you can look at. And when I see $10 trillion being proposed by a bunch of leftist rubes, and you look at the current U.S. national debt, it's just over $28 trillion, right? And they want to stack 10 more onto that. Yeah, let's just make the U.S. national debt like $38 trillion and then expect the taxpayers, right, to pay that back when we're also doing a host of things that are going to completely destroy the economy on purpose. There's no way anybody can tell me what Biden is doing is because he's got the best interest in the economy of the U.S. and he's just an idiot and therefore he's making the wrong decisions. No, they are literally trying to destroy our country on purpose, right?
Yeah.
It's just, when I look at this number right here, it just makes me want to punch my screen.
It's gone up 4 billion or 4 million since you brought it up on the screen. It's gone up.
It's madness, dude.
$4 million.
What do we spend $4 million on? Can anybody tell me? That's the other thing.
You know what it is? You know what it is? We spend $4 billion on money, on printing money. That's what it is. That's all it is. No,
you know what? I actually heard that it costs more than a penny to make a penny.
Well, the penny itself isn't worth the value of the copper it's made with anymore. So that's true. But no, in all seriousness, this debt goes up like this because of the way we borrow it from the Federal Reserve. It's debt slavery. You borrow $100 from the Federal Reserve. They say, okay, you owe me $110 in interest. But that extra $10 has never been printed. It's never been created, but it's owed. So how do you pay back money that doesn't exist? And then those banks, through their local branches of Federal Reserve, they do the same thing, and they can do that for 10 times more than they have. So the Federal Reserve then has that, or whatever, the United States government has that $100 that they now owe $110 on, and because they have that $100, now they're allowed to loan that out to people. They are allowed to loan out $1,000, and then they can do the same thing and charge interest on that $1,000 that doesn't even exist. So you get this bubble that just keeps growing exponentially, because those banks then take the money that they borrowed and then they can lend it out times 10 and then create interest on that money that doesn't exist. And this just keeps happening and happening until you get a debt clock that goes up $1 million a minute. And we all pay.
It's insane, dude.
We all pay 30% of our paychecks to try to keep that at bay, supposedly.
Yeah. The thing that I've always really hated about the entire financial industry, or whatever you want to call it, the whole system, is how fairy tale-ish it really is. None of it makes sense. None of it's really real. It's not tangible. It's just a bunch of people in suits deciding the fate of the world, basically, by twisting numbers and making certain currencies worth more and certain currencies worth less, overprinting money, causing inflation, and doing exactly what you're talking about. It's all just a big freaking fairy tale, man. Like, and it's at some point it's got to break, you know? And someone out there said Biden's not in control. We know. Trust me, we know Biden's not the one actually calling the shots. He's got puppet masters that are controlling him. That's a well-known fact.
And don't just storm over what you just said, because you said something there that's very important to understand. It's a system meant to break. This fiat currency, federal central banking, it's 100% built to break. And when it does, who gets paid their bonuses, and where and who gets bailed out, and where does that money always come from? It always is on our backs, always on the American people's back. that they get bailed out. So yeah, the system's built to fail, and every time it does, it ends up in the utter destruction of small businesses, medium-sized businesses. Always get destroyed. You have bankruptcies left and right, foreclosures left and right, and who's there to foreclose and buy up all those bankrupt assets for pennies on the dollar? Who's there to swoop in every time and buy that stuff up, right? And then through that, you have the people that orchestrate these things, buy in low again, and then they build it back up, they make their money, and then they collapse it. And every time, it's just the further consolidation of wealth and power to the same group of people. And we just continue to get taken for this ride over and over again. We're going through it right now. They're going to crash this economy again. We're going to bail out the billionaires. They're going to build the economy back up slowly. We'll get our meat hooks in there. We'll start to feel good for a second, and then they'll pull it out from under us again, leaving us holding the bags and the raised taxes, because their institutions are just too big to fail. Everybody, just too big to fail.
Yeah. Well, you know what it is, though. It's the, dare I say, it's the Illuminati the banker families, right, that are trying to bring about the New World Order. Yep. The only way that they're gonna it's towards a bigger goal. They want to collapse nations around the world so that they can take control, right, and create their one world government that they've been trying to create since, like, I don't know, well, honestly, it goes back to the revolution. I mean, there's things you can listen to that break down the history of these people. They've been trying this for hundreds of years. For generations in these families, they've been trying to do this, and they've gotten really damn good at it. What they want to do is they want to collapse our nation by collapsing our financial system. Once they do that, they're one step further down the road of the New World Order that they're trying to create, this one world government. In order to bring about a one world government, they have to destroy the governments and countries all around the world first. And that's exactly what they're trying to do.
Yeah. So, and they do the financial destruction. I mean, how can you resist the agenda of the deep state when you can't even put food on the table? When you're just struggling to get by, you don't have any energy, you don't have it's not a priority. It's a priority at that point. You're in survival mode, and that's ultimately been the goal, is to take what is a prosperous, free society and turn it into a struggle session, a struggle to survive, to take away people's ability to think clearly, do what's right, pursue their dreams. And they want people in survival mode. They want people operating out of a very base animal instinct. They don't want you searching for higher meaning in life. They don't want you pursuing your passions or making a positive difference in your community, becoming a leader in your community. They want you destitute. They want you struggling. They want you so just overtaken by the burden and responsibility of supporting yourself and staying alive that you have no room in your life for anything else. And that has been ultimately what they've been trying to accomplish. And unfortunately, in some communities, they've done a very, very good job of attaining that goal.
And there's a lot of problems that arise from that as well, particularly in the area of the health of families in this country, right? When you have mom and dad going and working 40, 50, 60 hours a week to try and take care of their kids, who is raising those kids? I'll tell you who's raising those kids. The freaking teachers at these indoctrination camps that we call public schools that are controlled by the government, right?
Yeah.
That's a big problem.
Yeah. And when they get home from work, unfortunately, what do a lot of parents do? They'll use the iPad or the TV as a babysitter for just to get a moment of peace, and look, it's hard to completely judge, if you work two jobs, or you have two parents working a couple of jobs each, or, both working full time and times are tough. You only have so much energy. I get it. It's tough, but it's the exact situation that's been designed for us to overcome. It's a tough one, man. I don't know what the answer is exactly. I don't but at least being aware of the problem, I guess, is a start. But it is all by design. The whole idea of collapsing the economy is 100% to keep you occupied, to keep you in survival mode. Because when you're doing that, you're not calling your congressman, you're not protesting, you're not being an activist, you're not taking the time to take to social media or do anything else. You're just focused on survival. So
yeah,
it's good stuff, man.
Other thing I found here, did you see the horrible reaction that this older gentleman had to the COVID-19 vaccine?
I've seen a few different things. The giant rash on the guy's back.
Apparently, it literally made his skin peel off.
Oh,
And
lovely.
this is the vaccine that they're trying to force us to take by attempting to implement something that is basically a carbon copy of the social credit system from China, right? Just wrapped up in the gift box of, oh, it's for COVID.
Yeah.
So when you talk about human rights abuses, right, and the breaking of HIPAA laws, and the breaking of the Fourth Amendment, right, the complete destruction of the Fourth Amendment, as far as I'm concerned, that's all this is. This whole vaccine passport that they're trying to, and you know what really pisses me off, Adel? There are scores of people on Twitter advocating for this and saying that it's a good thing, and that, oh, people that don't want to get the vaccine are putting others in danger. I heard one person rationalize it like this. They're like, oh, well, if we have to get a license to drive a car because otherwise we'd be putting people in danger, then I don't see the difference with the vaccine. Are you freaking kidding me?
It's absurd. It's absurd. Ron DeSantis, is kind of leading the fight against this, and he's done a great job. He's banned the use of vaccine passports and given businesses immunity from being sued over COVID-related issues in the state of Florida. I think that's ultimately going to be our best hope to push against this is local and state governments, kind of stopping this coercion from becoming systematic. So you're going to see it in like New York, California, most of the coastal states. Sorry, you're going to probably need to get the vaccine or get out and find somewhere a little bit more free. I don't know what kind of resistance you're going to be able to put up in states like that, but Florida getting ahead of this thing and kind of setting the framework as to how to push back. I hope we see a lot of the Midwest and more sane states, sane governments out there do something similar, because this is definitely going to be a fight. This is definitely coming. This whole idea about the vaccine passports and I don't want to turn this show into the discussion like I had yesterday, but yeah, we're here. We're not just here at this point with the vaccine passports because of this administration. I'll just say that we were led here. We were led here by the previous administration too. So just keep that in mind. That we,
yeah, absolutely. I think that President Trump should have fought against this COVID narrative. In my mind, it's like he was going along with it for optics, right? Because the election was coming up.
Yep.
But they stole the election anyway. So why, he should have fought this tooth and nail.
He did it with everything else. He should have called this fake. Like, he should have had the same attitude towards COVID as he's had towards CNN. I don't know. I spent a lot of time on this yesterday. I don't want to get it because people think I'm just bashing the president or like a Trump hater now because I have this opinion. And
it's just that the man's not perfect, and some of the decisions he made we don't agree with, and that's okay. You don't have to worship the guy.
And I mean, if anyone that's been watching me consistently knows that Pixels and I have had arguments here on this show about these topics. I haven't changed my opinion of Trump's handling of COVID from the start. I thought the moment he greenlit Operation Warp Speed and started pushing vaccines instead of hydrochloroquine, he laid down his sword and surrendered to the deep state on this issue. You can view it however you want. I looked at it as a 100% surrender to the deep state, and it cost him a second term, in my opinion. And
I don't think it cost him the second term. I think that
the
was
only
the
reason.
voter fraud.
Why he lost because of mail-in votes, and the only reason mail-in votes were acceptable is because this idea that they were needed was accepted. And look, him going on Fox News even after the fact and saying that his supporters should go take the vaccines.
Yeah, that's a real head scratcher there, isn't it?
It's not a head scratcher at all. We put people on a pedestal too much, and sometimes I think you got to take what you like about a person and fight for those principles, and then be willing to stand up just as strongly against that person when they go against your principles. And with President Trump there, I think I don't know if they got to him on vaccines, or if he's still playing some kind of fucked up optics game at this point that I don't understand, or what it is. But something happened between President Trump and Big Pharma at some point during the last year of his presidency that changed his tune completely. And it leaves me uneasy about a lot of things when it comes to this whole COVID narrative. And, when you have him starting off saying just wash your hands and keep your hygiene up to speed and you're fine, to okay, we're going to shut down the country. Going from hydroxychloroquine is all we need. It's a perfectly fine remedy to get vaccinated. There's a definite change in the winds there as far as how he went about it, and you can argue that it was necessary, it wasn't necessary. There's a bigger picture, optics, 5D chess, that all might be right, it all might be wrong. I don't know. All I do know is every other thing that they threw his way, he met it head on and didn't back down on it as far as the validity of it, whether it was Russia, Ukraine, the border, anything else. Like he was just an absolute wrecking ball to the narrative on all of it. He never backed down, and it always worked. He always ended up on top because of the approach he took. And for some reason with COVID-19, he went soft, and it cost him. I think it cost him his presidency. I think it cost us a lot of our freedoms. I think it's done irreparable damage to this country that it might take till I'm dead to fully see it repaired. I don't know, like this whole thing with masks and social distancing and how we've been conditioned in just the course of a year to fear each other as like we're walking sacks of viruses and bacteria instead of just other humans. All of that damage that's not just a short-term thing. Like that's traumatization, and that we're going to feel the effects of that for a generation or two. There are children right now.
Unless enough people don't want to.
What's that?
I said unless enough people don't want to. I honestly, I think that this has to wear off at some point, at least in the sphere of public opinion. It's got to.
It would wear off quicker if you had people like President Trump calling this thing what it really is. We need somebody in a position of real leadership, outside of Rand Paul. Rand Paul seems to be the only voice.
You know where my mind goes to though when you say that? How freaking obvious does it have to be? I mean, seriously.
Apparently a lot more obvious.
That's surprising, right?
Not really surprising. Not really. You need someone within the mainstream to give a level of resistance, or else you're screwed in our society. There has been no resistance to the COVID narrative in any main outlet. There's been a few things on Fox News. You've had a few doctors come on and talk about the financial incentives for, cases and deaths through hospitals. You've had a couple people come on Fox and maybe be advocates for very short segments about hydroxychloroquine. You had a few kind of pokes in the armor here and there, but outside of President Trump early on, there hasn't really been a mainstream voice, a big influential voice out there saying, yo, this is absurd. The amount of damage we're doing to people's livelihoods, to our society, our culture, all of it over a virus with a survival rate of over 99.7%. Like what we're doing to If COVID never had a name, if we never named this thing and identified it as a unique virus, we'd have never noticed anything was going on. We would have not known. It would have been like a bad flu season, and life would have continued. Nothing would have changed, right? And that's kind of where I'm at with this. So it's like without a mainstream influential voice out there saying COVID is bullshit, we should not be altering the way we live our lives because of it. Without that on a consistent basis, fighting what we're getting hit with from the other side on a consistent basis, no, unfortunately, to a lot of people, it's not obvious. In fact, a lot of people look at it as something, unfortunately, that probably like we could agree on, on some level, people moderately anyway. Again, it's one of the things that I'm just disgusted by. I'm disgusted by how badly we've been let down by pretty much every leader we have in this country when it comes to this COVID-19 thing. Almost every last one of them has surrendered and waved their flag to big tech, big media, big pharma, and the rest of it on this issue. And the only people I've any faith in are the people, to your point, Pixels, people just getting tired of it and wanting their lives back. That's the only hope we have is people just one by one waking up to it, because it is so obvious. But it's going to take, I think, somebody on the level of a President Trump to come out and do something or say something or change the narrative. I don't know.
Well, maybe that's coming. We can hope, right? Real quick, I want to go back to what I was saying before about this whole the social credit system type thing, the vaccine passport, if you will. I even heard some companies talking about making it so in order to just do like normal life activities, like going to the grocery store or a movie theater, or especially travel, like going and flying on a plane or something like that. They're literally trying to make people's lives impossible to live if they don't have the vaccine, right? That's the goal. That's the goal. This kind of thinking is the same type of thinking that can lead to things like concentration camps in China, right? That can lead to the full-on social credit system like they have in China. This type of thinking can even, if it gets really, really bad, can even lead to concentration camps like we saw in Nazi Germany. It's the same. This demonization of a certain group of people. In this case, people that are rightfully leery about getting the COVID vaccine, right? They're demonizing a group of people and telling the entire populace that this group of people is a threat to you and your safety and your life and your success, so on and so forth. They're demonizing them so hard that it's like they're trying to justify violence and coercion and almost outright slavery of these people, right?
Yeah.
This is a mental, moral, and spiritual disease that is being spread across our country. Forget about COVID. The real disease is the spiritual disease that we have rampant right now. The fact that there are people out there advocating for and defending this type of shit is a huge moral problem in our country, and it needs to be quashed immediately, or we're freaking screwed. The soul of this country is dying.
The problem is, the problem is there's only, I think, a small vocal few that are really advocating for these things. I don't think most of the country necessarily.
I see a lot of random ass comments from people on Twitter.
Yeah, but
right now that it's lefty world, but they exist and we can't ignore them and we can't deny their existence.
How many of them are real though? Twitter has such a bot problem. You know what I mean? Like, it's so obvious. Now look, I'm not saying all of them are, but I would be willing to bet that 1 out of 3 of those comments is likely not a real account. Twitter is really, really notorious for creating fake commentary with. I mean, you saw it on Trump's page. You'd have 10,000 negative comments within a minute of posting something. I don't believe for a second that there's 10,000 Americans out there.
My point is, even if there's 10 Americans out there advocating for gross human rights violations, that's a big freaking problem.
But that's been going on for long before COVID. Like a percentage of Americans out there that have a Marxist mindset. I mean, look at Antifa, look at BLM. There's no different. It's over something differently, but it's kneel, submit to my will, or it's the same. It's the same general mindset. So I agree and disagree. I don't think it's the few vocal people that are the issue. I think it's going to be the people out there who get coerced into to being vaccinated. They don't support it. They don't want to be vaccinated necessarily, but they'll do it just to get along. And once they do it, they're not going to resist on your behalf. The people that do hold out, like once they do get to that point, it's not like they're going to become activists to protect you who didn't give in. They're going to kind of shrug their shoulders and stay out of it. So the only resistance I think is going to be the people that refuse to get it. And I just don't know if there's going to be enough of us who stand strong to make that a significant boon to businesses, to industry. Like if only 10 million of us refuse to get it, that's not really a significant portion of us that are going to be able to boycott or to do things, right?
And then what is to happen to us then?
Exactly.
I
don't know. That's why I'm hoping. That's why I'm really hoping that it's 50 million, 100 million that refuse, because then now we're talking. Now that's the kind of numbers that they can't just steamroll us. So we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. But I'm with you, man. It's scary times. This whole vaccine passport thing is terrifying. Absolutely terrifying.
Yeah. Well, leave it to the one more point that I'll make really quickly. Just too obvious a hypocrisy to ignore. Leave it to the left to scream from the rooftops, "My body, my choice," when they're talking about abortion, right? Killing a living child that's inside somebody because they don't want to be a parent. They'll scream "My body, my choice" when it comes to that. But putting an experimental drug into somebody that is causing all kinds of death and horrible reactions because, it's for everyone's safety. Nope. Not your body, your choice then, right? It's just, it's complete and total lunacy. And I don't even think I needed to bring that up, but I just couldn't help it because it's like, it's such obvious hypocrisy. Yeah. But so that's pretty much all I had. Other than this, President Trump put a statement out, about Biden's proposed tax hikes.
Yeah.
So I haven't looked a ton. I did read the statement, but I'm sure that you know a little bit more about this. So let it rip, man.
Yeah, I'll read it. I'll read it out, and then we can go from there. He's absolutely right in everything he says here. So Joe Biden's radical plan to implement the largest tax hike in American history is a massive giveaway to China and many other countries that will send thousands of factories, millions of jobs, and trillions of dollars to these competitive nations. The Biden plan will crush American workers and decimate U.S. manufacturing while giving special tax privileges to outsourcers, foreign and giant multinational corporations. Biden promised to build back better, but the country he's building up in particular is China and other large segments of the world. Under the Biden administration, America is once again losing the economic war with China, and Biden's ludicrous multi-trillion-dollar tax hike is a strategy for total economic surrender. Sacrificing good-paying American jobs is the last thing our citizens need as our country recovers from the effects of the global pandemic. Biden's policy would break the back of the American worker with among the highest business tax rates in the developed world. Under Biden's plans, if you create jobs in America and hire American workers, you will pay more in taxes. But if you close down your factories in Ohio and Michigan, fire U.S. workers, and move all your production to Beijing and Shanghai, you will pay less. It is the exact opposite of putting America first. It is putting America last. Companies that send their jobs to China should not be rewarded by Joe Biden's tax bill. They should be punished so that they keep those jobs right here in America where they belong. This legislation would be among the largest self-inflicted economic wounds in history. If this monstrosity is allowed to pass, the result will be more Americans out of work, more families shattered, more factories abandoned, more industries wrecked, and more main streets boarded up and closed down, just like it was before I took over the presidency 4 years ago. I then set record low unemployment with 160 million people working. This tax hike is a classic globalist betrayal by Joe Biden and his friends. The lobbyists will win, the special interests will win, China will win, the Washington politicians and government bureaucrats will win, but the hard-working American families will lose, and lose badly. I'll just add that myself. Joe Biden's cruel and heartless attack on the American dream must never be allowed to become federal law. Just like our southern border went from best to worst and is now in shambles, our economy will be destroyed. And that is a statement from President Trump, and he's absolutely right. He's absolutely right. These taxes, these kind of hikes, they're meant to crush the American entrepreneur and pump up the globalist corporations, the global corporations, allow them to take advantage of slave labor all around the world while American workers get laid off, American companies go out of business, and are just aren't able to compete. They can't compete. They can't compete with the slave labor in China, India, and wherever else. It's a shame. It's a real gut check to the country right now, and I hope that they can prevent this from passing. But who's going to prevent it, Pixels? Who is going to stop it? Who's going to stop it?
We've already seen that.
Is Mitch McConnell going to lead? Is going to lead a valiant defense of this?
No.
Is Kevin McCarthy going to lead some kind of valiant defense of this?
No. In fact, let's talk about Matt Gaetz for a second, right? Kevin McCarthy is out there saying, like, we're going to remove Matt Gaetz from the Judiciary Committee because there's some people claiming some ridiculous stuff about him, right?
Mm-hmm.
But did you see Matt Gaetz' tweet yesterday? Was it yesterday or the day before, where he's talking about this is actually criminal extortion, and then there's an active investigation into it, and that his dad was wearing a wire to catch these people trying to extort him. So that's a freaking. But McCarthy's out there today saying, like, we're gonna remove him if it's true. It's like, get the hell out of here, you freaking prick.
McCarthy's a piece of shit. The guy is a tremendous piece of shit, and that's why you got to wonder, why is President Trump meeting with him and strategizing with him? Why the continued allegiance to these
President
people?
Trump trying to strong arm him?
I don't know, man.
Because he is in the mode of, like, he's gonna attempt to be the gatekeeper of the GOP. So maybe he's like actively, like, politically blackmailing them, saying, like, look, if you don't fall in line, then you're not getting, I'm gonna get somebody to run against you and endorse them, right?
I hope so. I hope that's what he's doing. I really hope that's what he's doing. Because I'm tired of it, man. I don't want to support a political party run by Mitch McConnell and Kevin McCarthy. I don't care if President Trump's at the head of it. As long as he keeps rallying and supporting rhinos, I'm not gonna keep playing this game with him. Like, I said this on my show earlier. Like, it's probably a pretty big missed opportunity for him not to be primarying the McConnells and Grahams and Murkowskis and Collinses of the world when he first got into office. I mean, he should have started the war on rhinos from day one. I think it's a little too late. I think it's not too late. It's never too late. But I wish we could have started this whole cleaning of the Republican Party before President Trump had the election stolen from him. I'm glad he's doing it now. I just wish he would have done it, for the first round of elections that we had. We had two elections since he's been in office. That's 2/3 of the Senate and the whole Congress twice. A lot of opportunity there to remove some of the lame ducks in your party.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree anymore. So that's pretty much all that I gathered today. Do you have a few things that you wanted to touch on?
Oh, sure. Let's see. I talked about Matt Gaetz. I got some stuff on the border we could run through, because the border's a mess. I didn't get to this on my show. I've kind of had some of this stuff piled up for a while.
Apparently, according to AOC, it's racist to even mention it.
Yeah. Well, I don't think AOC can spell racist, let alone explain to me what it means. I'm still waiting for somebody to give me a definition of race that makes any sense. Like, what defines a race? If anybody can honestly like write me a definition of what defines somebody's race, I would love to hear it, because
I thought it was supposed to be the color of somebody's skin.
No, because I don't think so. Because are they? If you're Jamaican, you're not African American. Or is black the race? Is African American?
I think they still call Jamaicans African Americans.
Is Jason, or is Asian a race? Is Chinese a race? Is Japanese a race? I don't know. You know, is it origin? Is it skin pigment? Is it geographical location? You know, are you racist if you don't like Muslims, all right, or is it Middle Eastern people? Is it people from the Middle East, or is it Islam? You know what? No, it's such a fucking stupid concept that no one even knows what the hell it is, yet it's wielded like a sledgehammer to bash us all over the heads when we step out of line. If we commit wrongthink, it's the first thing that they pull out to punch us in the face with. So it's like
wrong.
No, it's so stupid, and it's on purpose that it's so ambiguous, so they can mold it and switch it and make it flex into whatever context they need to use it to push it against you. So it's the biggest scam on the planet. I've yet to hear a definitive definition as to where one race ends and another one begins. It's so freaking stupid. It's so stupid. But anyway. Border Patrol warned Biden of huge surge if Trump policies reversed, according to Congresswoman. So Rep. Beth Van Duyne, a Republican in Texas, said Tuesday that the Biden administration was warned by Border Patrol officials about large surge of illegal immigrants if Trump-era immigration policies were dismantled. Quote, "We're seeing a tremendous humanity crisis down here. You've got people who are in a facility right now, the majority of them who are unaccompanied minors, in a facility that was built to house no more than 250 people. It has currently has 5,700 people in it," she told Fox News Tuesday. So they warned him. You know, Biden knew exactly what the results of this were going to be. This is a intentional problem. They want to open up these human trafficking lines again, and the best way to do that is to have more minors than you could possibly efficiently keep track of. Right? You get too many, then you don't notice when a few just happen to disappear. Who's going to keep track of these people? Their parents are God knows where. They're brought up here by coyotes. There's no one that's going to think twice if these kids go missing. It's the same thing with child protective services, right? A kid that gets put in the child protective services, they go missing. There's no Amber Alert. There's no investigation of that. It's just done. So they use this low hanging fruit. And I hate to say it that way because it's totally disgusting. I don't mean to dehumanize these children, but in the eyes of the satanic evil scumbags that we deal with, they use these kids because they know that there's just not the oversight on them. There's not the care for them that there is, you know, your everyday child that's still at home with mom and dad. So this is their main supply. And they need to create situations like this to make sure that they're able to fulfill their rat lines. And it's totally gross. It makes me sick.
No, it's totally sick. And it's, I hate to say this, but when stuff like this is going on, how the hell are you supposed to be proud of your country when your government is essentially the largest human trafficker in the world?
Yeah.
How are you supposed to be proud of that, right? How are you supposed to have any sort of national pride when your country is facilitating this shit? And also, you know, aside from the human trafficking, which is the biggest problem, there's also other things going on in these facilities. Physical and sexual assaults, and I'm also now hearing outbreaks of diseases and lice and shit like that. I mean, they're literally being treated like animals. It is absolutely disgusting on every level. So it's just, you know, and how dare, right, the left point the finger at us and call us, you know, tell us that we're insensitive and that we don't love these people and that we don't want the best for them and so on and so forth. No, the reason we oppose this is the fact that we don't want them to be in danger. We don't want them to be in this situation. We don't want people to be human trafficked to God knows what, right?
Yep.
The reason we care about this is because we care, right? So and they're the ones that call us racist for not wanting this happen. They're getting
using
bent.
They're weaponizing people's compassion and emotions against them, right? It's like they want to run the Sarah McLachlan, abandoned puppy only for kids ad at the border, right? So it's like, oh, look what the mean Republicans want to stop these poor kids from coming here and eating. They don't want all these desperate people who are being persecuted coming here and living a safe, healthy life. They're so mean, they're so heartless, when that's not the case at all. You have a lot of military aged men coming up here, storming the border. You have a lot of unaccompanied minors being trafficked here. There's so much evil being done in the name of humanitarianism at the border, and they're just preying on people's emotions and ignorance with this shit. They know that they're not going to go beyond the mainstream to see what's actually going on down there, and that they can completely keep people in that mindset of, we need to sacrifice our own well-being as a country because there are kids in need. It's such a losing mindset. Look, and I love our liberal friends out there who want to help everybody. I do. I love you guys out there. If you're listening, I doubt you are, because you're kept in your own little corner. But I get it. You want to help people. You want to be compassionate. You want to feed the world. You want to end world hunger. You want to end world poverty. You got to wake up. We can't handle much more than what we have in this country already. We have 330 million citizens that we know of, probably 20, 30, 50 million more illegals in here. Who knows how many we have, honestly.
What about the veterans on our streets?
Yeah, in this country. And we're already approaching a breaking point. There's easily over 1 billion more people, 3 times our population, in poverty right now, spread all over the world. We would literally destroy this country attempting to fix that problem and end any hope of ending or addressing poverty on a global stage by destroying this country.
Charity starts at home.
Yeah. So it's just, I get it. People want to feel helpful. They want to feel like they're doing the right thing. They want to be generous. And I think it's commendable. And that's what makes it so sick, Pixels, is you have the establishment working with the establishment media to prey on the people's goodwill and use that to do some of the most horrible, awful things you could possibly imagine.
Well, that's what these sick, twisted, satanic people do. Everything they do, they try to make the most disgustingly wrong moral decision seem like the right one to everybody, right? And they use the mainstream media and their grip on social media and the censorship to do that.
100%. 100%. So I got more stuff here. I'll just kind of run through. Interrupt me whenever you want to. You mentioned this fear of lice outbreak at Biden's kids in cages camp, where 4,100 children are stuffed in a facility that holds 250. So some varying figures, but still, I mean, you're talking well over 10 times what these facilities are supposed to hold. 20 times if the previous article is correct. And I guess they're having issues with lice. So the conditions are not good here. So all of you people out there that were wringing your hands over what President Trump was doing at the border, this is so much worse than anything President Trump ever had going on. And these kind of facilities, this program, these are all Obama laws. These aren't laws that Trump made up. Trump enforced the laws that Obama put on the book. So, let's just get the whole truth out there. Who built the cages, who put these programs in place, who set up a situation and incentives to traffic children. That was the Obama administration. And now those policies are being reinstated by Biden. And here you have it. Disgusting.
I wonder how many people in those facilities, considering the conditions they're living in right now, how many of those people wish they would have stayed home? How many of those people would love to just walk out of there and go home?
Who knows? I mean, I don't know what their home life was like, but it can't be a whole lot worse than that.
Yeah.
So San Antonio is requesting volunteers as its expo hall is being transformed into shelter for illegal alien children. I only bring this up just to show you that they need more overflow facilities. As you've heard me talk about overflow facilities and that whole concept, it's a bad sign. The more facilities you're opening, the worse you're doing. So it's getting worse, and they need more facilities because the problem's only growing. And here, this one, all of you parents at home that want to send your children back to school, you'll love this. Teachers will be sent to San Diego Convention Center to provide in-person learning for migrants while schools in same county remain closed. So they'll send teachers to go teach illegal aliens at convention centers, but they can't go into their classrooms and teach your kids traditionally.
When President Trump says America last, this is the type of shit he's talking about right
100%, 100%. It's infuriating when you really break down some of the stuff going on here. And this is fucking hysterical to me. They name Kamala Harris border czar, essentially. And then you have Psaki coming out saying, don't expect Kamala Harris to travel to the U.S.-Mexico border. Don't expect her to go down there. Why would she? She's only in charge of it. Well, that's all right. Why would she ever go down there? Oh, it gets better. It gets better because the White House, they're sending out memos about how when they refer to the administration, to make sure you include Biden-Harris. You got to include Harris because she's so damn important. She's so damn important, So I just threw that in there at the end.
She's like the batter on the bench, and Joe Biden's about to twist his ankle.
Yeah, right. It's just absolutely ridiculous, man. What's going on at the border? The fact that Biden put Harris in charge of it, she's not even going down there, and it's pretty funny. It's pretty funny. Ted Cruz, I think. Ted Cruz put out a statement or a joke saying, putting Kamala Harris in charge of the border is like putting El Chapo in charge of the war on drugs. It's an absolute disgrace, man, an absolute disgrace. And I think this is a good one that's waking up a lot of the American people. The border crisis. It directly affects low-income communities, a lot of big cities, a lot of people, minority communities get hurt by competing with illegal labor, cheap labor, and I think that this is one that is boomeranging on them a bit. We'll see. They have the media, papering over everything, but that only goes so far. So hopefully more and more people wake up and smell the roses on what's going on here.
Yeah, absolutely. Real quick before our show ends and the entire thing's been about negative news, there is one positive thing going on out there. I saw Joven. I don't know if it's Joven or Joven Pulitzer out there. He's apparently really happy about something that happened in Maricopa County. Do you know anything about that? The audit?
I saw Jenna Ellis said they hired an auditor. I don't know anything about it. I just saw a quick statement. But if he's
apparently
happy,
the state legislators have basically approved, from the sound of it, a full on like actual forensic audit, and they're going to use Pulitzer's technology or his techniques for doing so. So I don't know. Who knows what'll happen with that?
All it takes is one of these states to wake up and say, "Holy shit, we gave our electoral votes to the wrong guy." It's going to take one, and the floodgates are going to explode.
And the other day, I don't necessarily know if I believe this or not, but it's a glimmer of hope that you can take it or leave it. Hopefully I'm not frozen. No, I'm not. Okay. I didn't freeze there.
Mm-hmm. No, you're good.
Okay. All right. So, I mean, apparently the MyPillow guy, Mike Lindell, he's claiming that President Trump will be back in office in August. Now, I don't know if I believe that, but honestly, I don't. I'll believe it a little bit more. I'll believe it just a smidge.
Can we stop?
If this actually happens in Arizona. If this actually happens in Arizona, then I'll give it some credence. But I'm not giving it any credence right now, so don't think that I am, Adel. I'm just mentioning it.
No, I know. Look, I would love it as much as anybody. Trust me. I am done with the idea that Trump's coming back before 2024 as our president.
No,
I think what we fight for is completely handcuffing the Biden administration. Through this narrative, we can prove him to be illegitimate. I don't expect any remedy. Who's gonna remedy the situation? Military's. I don't think they're doing anything. The Supreme Court's dead to us. There's no court in the land. That's like, there's no remedy here. We're fighting for a narrative. You have Arizona come out and officially say, hey, we got it wrong. You have Michigan come out and say, hey, we got it wrong. You have Georgia Pennsylvania, and other states
here's
come
my
out and say,
point,
hey,
though.
yeah.
Here's my point. Suppose that this actually does happen in Arizona, like you were just saying. Holy shit, we gave our electoral votes to the wrong guy. Then suppose that happens in a few other states, right? And then all of a sudden, the electoral college kind of flips, right? We find out that all these electoral college votes should have gone to President Trump, and that the election should have gone to President Trump. How then could there not be a remedy? Because if that were to happen, that would single-handedly prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that the election was fraudulent, and that our government, basically our entire government right now, Biden, Kamala, and everybody that they have put in place in our government is completely illegitimate and fake. So how could there not be something done about that? I think if there were to be anything that would cause the military to come in and change something, it would be that.
Jeffrey Epstein was caught trafficking underage teenagers around the world, and nothing was done about it. I mean, I wouldn't say
he was arrested and he's now dead, and Ghislaine Maxwell is basically going to be in prison.
I'm talking 2008.
Yeah, I know.
Right?
No,
I'm just saying. So it doesn't. I don't expect remedies. I can expect the narrative. I can expect the whole country just looking at Biden as an illegitimate president, not complying with anything that he says to do. I could see.
I'm saying if we had a sane system, then it would be fixed.
Oh yeah,
but
we don't
have a sane system though, which is your point.
I don't see anything. The only thing that you might see is a absolute. Well, first, here's the remedy, Pixels. Here's the remedy. Are you good to go for 5 more minutes?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Here's the remedy. Holy shit, they stole this thing. It's official. All of those state governments, you'll never be able to cheat in those elections again. They're going to lock that shit down watertight. If they have to come out and admit that they got it wrong because of these things, that's it. The game's over. The game's over. Democrats will never win another election in those states ever again. And the fact that they cheated so badly, that being the narrative, they're going to lose a ton of other voters. Nobody likes a cheater. Nobody likes a cheater. So I don't see them like replacing President Biden. But what I do see is the midterms coming, and you seeing a historic red wash of the Senate, the House. The whole thing just gets whitewashed out because elections have a completely different feel to them now. And then after you get a heavy Republican Senate and majority, maybe you impeach him. And you get him out, and you put a speaker, a Republican speaker in there, and they kind of just hold the ship until you get President Trump back, or they find a way at that point to maneuver President Trump in there through one I don't know. I'm ignorant to a lot of how mechanically that would work through our Constitution. And so maybe someone like a brilliant mind like Breaking Spectre or Tennessee Homesteader, or one of our more constitutionally expert, maybe I see Chrisanne Hall's live on D Live right now. Maybe we pop into her chat and ask her for an answer on that. But I don't see there being an official remedy like before we gain some reasonable control of another body of government to do something. Right now, we have no DOJ, we have no military, we have no executive, we have no Congress, we have no judiciary. It's all conquered foreign owned territory, unfortunately. So our hope is our state and local governments uncovering or peeling back this onion, addressing the core of the problem, and then being ready to have a real election come 2022, and then we can kind of take ground back. So that's your remedy right there, man. It's not going to be some glorious military operation. It's not going to be some storm the gates event where you see this wonderful imagery of Biden and Kamala being escorted.
I agree with you.
Yeah, I do think though that in spirit, this country will recognize President Trump as its true leader, take its direction from his messaging, and then going into the midterms, really wreak havoc, right? I think that's the remedy. And honestly, that'll be more satisfying. What'll be more satisfying to you guys? Honestly, what would be more satisfying? Having the military come in and just kind of clean it up all at once, or a slow painful, death by 1,000 cuts to them, where you just pick apart everything they've built over the course of the next 2 years, have a fair election, a huge rebuke of everything they stand for, and then shoving the impeachment down their throat the same way they try to do it to us, all through President Trump's election. I mean, to me, I would much rather take that long road to glory and enjoy every minute of it with you fine people out there than the quick cleanup. I would rather fight that tooth and nail every day with you guys for the next 4 years until we not crown, that's the wrong word, until we inaugurate President Trump again 4 years from now. I would absolutely enjoy every last minute of that fight, even as tough as the short term is right now. I would enjoy it, and I think that's where we're headed. I think it'll be more satisfying, and I think it'll be more. I think it'll last longer, right? We didn't have Daddy come and clean it up for us. We, the people, through our state governments, through our local elected government, cleaned up our elections, uncovered the fraud, and took this country back from the bottom up. Man, that's so much more powerful than someone snapping their fingers at the top and doing it for us. We don't learn anything that way. We don't come back the same way. That's kind of how I feel about it. So, man, I hope it's the slow way. I'd rather it be the slow way.
It would be pretty freaking fun for us to cover that. If it happens the way that you just described it, I mean, that would be an absolute blast, man.
That's the only way I see it happening, honestly. But we'll see how it goes, man. We'll see. Anything's possible.
Yep. Real quick before we go ahead and end the stream, I want to say some thank yous. Brad CGZ was just actually, what do you call it on D Live? Hosting. He was just hosting us.
He's got a diamond out there too. So slow picking apart would last a lot longer after. Yeah. Thank you, Brad. And you're right. From the bottom up, a bottom up movement is always going to be stronger than top down for sure.
Yeah. Absolutely. So yeah, thank you very much, Brad CGZ. We really appreciate it. And I agree with you there for sure. And Lady P's just donated 4 ice creams. So, hey, thank you very much. And Lady Cole just followed. So, hey, thanks for following. And let's see the top contributors today. Puppycat01, Brad CGZ, and He Cute. Thank you very much to all you guys. And there was another one as well. Ray Edmonds, I think it was. But when Brad CGZ donated that diamond, he knocked him off the list. But I still want to say a thank you to that gentleman as well. So thank you guys very, very much for all your support today, your viewership. I know that it's been rough, man. It's been rough lately, but we gotta stay in this fight. We gotta keep doing what we're doing. If not us, then who else, right? So hey, Best Nani, thanks for the diamond. Appreciate it. Says quick kids can't wait. Millions trafficked. Yeah. That's a problem that needs solving for sure. That's for many of us. That's the very reason we got involved in this movement. So you're definitely right there. So thank you guys all very much. We hope you enjoyed the show today, regardless of how negative the news was. I tried to throw something positive in there for you guys. But yeah, anything else you want to say, Adel, before we go ahead and end the show?
Just keep a positive outlook on things, that's the biggest thing. Is you've only really lost right now is if you allow yourself to get completely demoralized and become hopeless. You can get frustrated, you can get angry, that righteous indignation is good. It's healthy, and you can channel that and be productive with it. Just whatever you do, don't let them on either side take your spirit away. Don't let them
demoralize you.
Yeah, don't let them demoralize you to the point where you think it's hopeless, because that's really the only time you've lost is if you're just gonna stop trying, if you're gonna give up completely. So that's my main thing, is just stay positive, stay buoyant, and focus on the things that make you happy. Keep up to date with the negative, and continue to push against that narrative, but make your own personal happiness a priority, because your mental health is going to go a long way into keeping this all afloat. So that would be a big a big message I would say going forward is just continue to stay positive.
Yeah, well said, and I totally agree with you there. All right, well, what else do I have to say here? Stay tuned. Adel, you won't believe it. There's talks of getting cable here, so I may be able to stream whenever I want.
Oh shoot!
If that gets installed, and it sounds like it's going to get installed, I don't know when. I don't know what the timetable of what that is, but if it happens, I'm going to be totally ecstatic, and I'll be doing all kinds of game streams and news streams and whatever. Maybe Adel and I could do another show together if his schedule permits. So there's good things coming, and also I do need to recreate that show opener, take Bar's face out of there at least, and maybe just recreate the whole thing, make it a little spicier. So Adel, if you have any suggestions for me, shoot me a text or something. But other than that, much love, everybody. Thank you very much for your time and for your donations and for your support and all your thumbs ups out there and your amazing comments and so on and so forth. We do this for you guys. So thank you for paying it forward and sticking with us and riding this crazy wave with us, man. It's going to get crazier and crazier, but we're all here for it. And we're going to stick it out and we're going to find out a way to take our country back. So with that being said, much love, everyone, and we'll see you later.
Peace out, everybody.